that has been in existence now for more than 15 years, I know for sure, because I've been in the industry for more than 15 years. So it's as much as I've been in the industry, we always said SACRA. So SACRA is we have actually repurposed ourselves. It's not much of a change, but what we have formulated a purpose statement which should be known by all members. So you should all be aware of what we're trying to do, so that you can be able to support the activities of SACRA. So our main purpose is to lead and serve as the conduit across the various stakeholders. We want to position South Africa at the forefront of clinical research, nationally and also internationally. We know we're already well positioned. We know we're already at an advantage when it comes to clinical trials in Africa, but we want to continue doing that and doing it even more so that we grow Africa as a continent when it comes to clinical research. Our values is scientific rigor, which we're going to touch on later on, inclusivity, member centricity, and we need to remain relevant. There's a lot of changes in the industry. So as members and people that are leading SACRA and all the people that are supporting SACRA, we all need to co-join and ensure that we remain relevant and stay connected to our members and grow the membership of SACRA and grow the industry while we're doing that. The next slide. Okay, so we have formulated an operating model, and I would like you to be engaging with us and help us as the SACRA Exco to make this possible. And we also want you to be very open with us and say, SACRA, we think this is what you need to do in order to take the organization further. And it's not just taking SACRA as an organization further, it's to continue facilitating the growth of the industry and to continue ensuring that we engage with the right parties to unlock the blockchains that we see when it comes to the conduct of clinical trials. So we have an operating model. We have created different portfolios, which I'm going to share with you later. So we provide a forum for knowledge and information sharing. So we'll show you some of the ideas. Some are just still at an idea level. Some are stuff that we've already implemented, but we cannot do it alone. That's why this meeting is very important. So if you're a member of SACRA, you need to understand that to grow the industry, we need every one of you to raise your hand and say, okay, how do I contribute when it comes to mentoring people in the industry? It doesn't necessarily mean I, as Biggie, I have to be mentoring people. It means you, how are you going to mentor people, the young ones that want to get into the industry? How are you going to facilitate the knowledge sharing? And how are you going to create platform for networking? We try as SACRA, but it doesn't have to end here. We have like upcoming events, and people come up with their ideas and say, okay, this is how we think we can better network. We had a gala dinner last year, and it was another form of networking. How do we grow that kind of networking? Is it something that we need as the industry? Does it work for us, you know? So, and then we obviously want to have a place where everybody goes. Let's say you want an industry related information. I mean, even at the SACRA level, we get a lot of calls from different people outside of South Africa. They want to know how to, if they want to run trials in South Africa. It's not visibly available for everyone. We may think it's there, but people don't know where to go. You know, so we want to create that platform that everyone, wherever they are, someone sitting in Israel and say, okay, I want to do a trial in South Africa. Who are the CROs? They don't need to be Googling everyone. They can go to one platform where they find everything. And then we want to stimulate and promote discussion and interaction amongst members. So you'll see some of the offerings that we have later on, which have been created exactly to engage. You know, there's lots of other platforms. You can engage in LinkedIn, but it's a public space, and we need to be very restrictive on what you publish on a LinkedIn page, for example. Where can we engage as members? If you're finding challenges, where can you go? And then obviously we want to continue and establish and maintain contact with other stakeholders. We'll show you what we're doing with SAPRA and IPASA. And yeah, there's like hot topics. If there's something new, we want you to come forward. If there's something of interest that is happening, which you think is very valuable to be shared in the industry, then you come forward and say, okay, I think this is a hot topic now, and I have an article that I want to write. Shouldn't come only from us. Next slide. Okay, so this is what I like the most, just to show how we have performed. Although it may this data, I take it from TrialTrov. If you know TrialTrov, I need to acknowledge them because it's not my data. So in different meetings, we basically highlight how we have performed. So in this case, it may not be a true reflection, but it gives an indication. If I had time to work out the percentage, we could be able to see, are we growing as a clinical trials industry in South Africa, for example? And you know that around 2018, we had seen a dip in the number of trials. Obviously, it's expected now. Everyone can see it. It's very quite visible that we're growing. I mean, we have shortage of resources. We have so many challenges when it comes to how we're going to do our clinical trials because of the numbers that are growing. This may not be a true reflection, but it's an indication of what is happening. And you can see that we're slowly going up. And how do we maintain that even post-COVID? So hence, we need to continue with our engagement and realize, okay, what are the quality measures that we need to implement? What are the challenges that we're facing at the different sites? What are the timelines that are impacting or can impact this new growth that we are experiencing? Next slide. And another slide that I just wanted to share is to say, okay, what are the phases of the trials that we are actually mostly active in? And you can see there, it's quite clear, obviously, we're very much active when it comes to phase 3. But remember, I didn't dive into the data to say, okay, what were the changes when it came to COVID? Were we more active on phase 1? Were we more active on phase 2 and phase 3? So we need people that can come forth and be able to manipulate the data and look at the data and say, okay, this is what is happening. Someone that can pull out the report from South African National Clinical Trials Registry, for example, because this is an international database, and look at the South African National Clinical Trials Registry and say, this is what is happening. So there's lots of opportunities. It's just that we need more people to come forth and say, okay, I think I'm interested in this kind of platform. So we can be able to see where we're going. And then obviously the statuses, you can see currently we have about 340 open trials. That is quite good. This is only data for South Africa based on this database. And the next slide. And the therapeutic areas, the history of infectious disease, if you've been in the industry, you will know that there was an issue when we started capturing the data in the South African Clinical Trials Registry. And most of the companies, or maybe most of the people that were capturing data were not aware how to capture it. And we ended up capturing a whole lot of data under infectious diseases. So you may find that it may not be a true representative of that, but it does show like sort of a percentage when it comes to where do we mostly play when it comes to clinical trials. So, I mean, it's in the screen and you can see the oncology being our third area. Okay, yeah, so that's basically a question that I want to pose back to the members and everyone in the industry and say, okay, you can see that there's a growth, there's challenges that we're facing. How do we come together to continue working on those challenges and improve that way? Our clinical trials delivery, if I may put it that. I think that should be my last slide. Let's see. Oh, there was supposed to be another slide. I actually forgot that slide, but it was basically highlighting the number of trials. Yeah, I shared it at first. So I would like to welcome Len. Len is our treasurer currently at SACRA, and he's just going to give a brief update on the constitution. We're an NPC, and we need to comply to social development and all those. So, yeah. I don't know. So can share. It's fine. So if maybe the next slide, we can reflect the changes that the French years it was changed. Yeah, this slide you have the changes, the years.
Where's the change? Where's the document?
Okay.
Look at the document. Yeah, I want to read from it. Maybe. Oh, yeah, there we go. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone after a long time, seeing some faces in the room and online. So I'm just going to cover some changes that we've made to the Constitution this year. I'm not going to put the entire Constitution up on the screen, not to bore you. So I'm just going to highlight the key changes that we've made this year to the Constitution. Just give me a second. The first one to the Constitution was Section 6.7. So some of you that know, seen the Constitution. Previously, there was no remuneration for any of the SACRA EXCO members, but under due consideration by the EXCO, certain office bearers will get remuneration depending on the EXCO and obviously the approval of the chairperson. We will look at each individual circumstance on what needs to be remunerated. The second in Section 6 as well was 6.8 activity, unless specifically permitted in terms Section 30 of the NPO Act of 3 and the Income Tax Act. So at the moment, we're busy with the SACRA EXCO to actually get that also signed off by the Income Tax Act. We full-time members moved part-time membership from there because we've got, and I also want to mention a highlight for a lot of you that don't know, we've also got under Section 8.4 honorary lifetime membership as well. So that's also always been in the Constitution, and I don't think we've highlighted it before. So we've also got lifetime membership for certain of the industry as well, and everyone's actually can participate in that. Regarding meetings, I know during COVID, we didn't have a lot of meetings. We tried to do certain online meetings. Going forward now, depending on how the situation progresses, the EXCO will determine of meetings. We propose to hold at least 3 meetings a year in Johannesburg. Regarding the region update, Sarika will give you an update there. We're also looking at growing the region in Cape Town, Durban, and Bloemfontein. The annual general meeting, we know we've been delayed with it due to COVID. We should have had this annual general meeting in November, but we've pushed it over to Q1 this year. Talking about the region updates as well, Sarika will give an update on that. We are looking for representatives from different industry to actually participate in those regions as part of SACRA EXCO. I think the last point that I want to highlight is, sorry, just 2 points. The decision making of the EXCO will be at least 4 people to form a quorum to make any decisions. So it's always 4 executive committee members need to be in those meetings to actually finalize any decision making. And the last point I want to highlight on the Constitution, which is a big change that we've made, is that each member of the elected committee shall hold office for a term of 4 years. This is according to regulatory, according to SARS, etc. So it used to be 2 years, and we found a lot of gaps on handover. So we've now, the EXCO will hold an office for 4 years. Sorry, Becky, you got another 3 years to go. Yeah, for the current EXCO that's there. And those are the changes. Anyone's got any questions on the Constitution? And I think we're going to share the Constitution, Becky, once signed. We'll put it up on the website for review. Choose to cumbersome. Okay. Right. I also want to take this opportunity while I'm up here to thank Barbara, who's been with, where are you, Barbara? Sorry, I can't see you. I've got lights right in my eyes. Oh, let's give Barbara a hand. Barbara's been the instrument of SACRA. Barbara has officially left SACRA as of the end of March. Thank you for all your hard work and commitment, the late hours, early mornings, putting meetings together. Really, really appreciate it. I enjoyed working with you. So I want to thank you for that. Thanks, Becky. What's next? Next one.
Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. Anything, I think we do have some time for a bit of engagement on what we have reflected on the Constitution, or if you would like to say something to Barbara. This is just a members meeting. It's not like a conference. We're here to engage and talk about SACRA because we all support SACRA. So if there's anyone that would like to say something to Barbara or make a contribution on what has been shared about the Constitution, this is your time. Okay, Barbara will say something later. So I'm waiting for something to happen before I can say my goodbye to you. So are there any questions from the platform? Okay, so maybe the people online. This. Okay, thank you, Lisa. Yes, I'm glad that they can hear us. I wanted to also check if they are able to hear us. So as SACRA, we need to comply and ensure that we have our financials in place because we operate through donations and sponsorship and money that is collected from members. So this has been one of our most challenging aspect of running the organization. As you all know, we are just clinical researchers. We're not much of accountants and stuff, but we have been trying a lot to keep our books clean. But what I would like to highlight here, we didn't manage to get the accountant statement put together for this meeting, but what we'll do is that we will make it available to all members later. But then the main purpose of this slide is to reflect to you that we are an organization that collects money from different parties, and that money is used basically to run SACRA. In most cases, our biggest expenses was to ensure that we pay our administrator, who was Barbara, who has been working tirelessly at SACRA for the past almost 15 years or more. Ever since I joined SACRA, she's always been there. So we will make the report available. But what we appreciate and what we have seen lately is the growth in the number of sponsors and the growth in the number of members that are coming through and joining SACRA. So in a later breakfast meetings, we'll be able to share with you the membership growth. I think Adrian will share more on the offering that they've managed to do for SACRA, which will help us track. So things were quite challenging because we're doing a lot of activities manually, but we are adjusting to a system that can work electronically so that we can be able to give a representation of what is happening when it comes to the members. And I don't have much. I was waiting for something to come through now for Barbara, but I think, okay. So I was waiting for something to come before we could move to the next item in our agenda. But let's have a discussion rather at this moment. It's a members meeting. I'm trying to talk to the members. Must I pick names? Yes, Major. Yes. So according to our constitution, we need to have a meeting when we make changes. So last year when we had to make those changes, we published the constitution with changes on SACRA's platform, and we shared it with the different members. And I'd like to say that we did publish it for over 6 weeks, and we sent reminders to collect feedback, but we didn't receive any feedback. And then we actually highlighted that if we do not get any feedback, it will assume that the members support the implementation of the constitution, because we couldn't have a physical meeting to do the voting as it is normally done. So I don't know if that is acceptable. But another point that I've learned is that we started as an EXCO team of about 12 EXCO team. So maybe there may be other rooms to relook at the constitution when you think about the 4 years period. What I've seen is that although we need to be compliant, maybe we need to consider that some people may not be able to serve for that long term, you know, because we've seen a lot of people that have left SACRA. So if you recall, we had quite a lot of members. Currently, it's me, it's Len, it's Nyeleti, Sorika, and Ilandre. So we have lost Rapala, Victor, we've lost, not lost, but they had to go because they had other commitments. And quite a lot of SACRA EXCO couldn't sustain the period because of other engagement. So there's so many things that we're looking at, you know, and we also have been joined by different parties that are coming as support team. So I'm thinking like now we need to consider how we implement the EXCO, because we tend to have people that will raise their hand as EXCO, but at the end of the day, they realize that to make SACRA work, it needs a lot of commitment, it needs a lot of time, and people don't have much of the time considering the kind of work that we do. So starting with people that volunteer first, so that they get to know the organization and get to understand how it operates. I think it's a good thing to be able to select the right people. We may look at the constitutional changes again, in my view, but I'll need to bring it back to the EXCO as well, because I think there's a kind of changes that we need to make. So under the portfolios update, we're going to have a slide later on which highlights the different portfolios at SACRA and how members can contribute. So I do hear you. We want to keep this platform open for the members, you know, because we all want to contribute to the growth of the clinical research industry. So we just need to be more open on how people can get involved. When we started and we launched when I took over as the EXCO chair, we invited a lot of people to come through and become supporters of SACRA. There were a lot of subcommittees that we formulated, and we had a lot of people that raised their hand. The biggest challenge is time. You know, the biggest challenge is time, because all those portfolios need to be driven. So if you have a group of people that you are not giving direction to, the whole plan is bound to fail. So we really need to look at the people that we bring forth to join SACRA. I mean, I'm sure for all of you, it may be said one day if we wake up and there's no SACRA, you know. So we are here to keep it together, because this is an organization that is formed by us and it's for us. Like I usually say, this is formed by us and it's for us, you know. So we just need to be there for SACRA and to keep it going. But when we share the portfolio update, we'll be able to share more on how people can contribute. Going back to the compliance to the 4-year term, we may consider looking at key
We need to have at least a quorum, so at least 4 of the exco need to stay on for the 4-year term. So if the exco is made up of 8 people, we're not saying the entire 8 individuals need to stay for a 4-year term. Okay, but we're saying minimum at least 2 years they should serve to build that portfolio. And then just to answer your question, Becky said she'll cover it in the platforms. There is a lot of subcommittees, including one with SACRA, and that we had one meeting. Yes, we had the second meeting of the year yesterday. The minutes comes out, if I'm not mistaken, 7 days after our meeting from SACRA, and then that will be shared electronically with all the members of what's being discussed between SACRA, IPASA, and SACRA.
Okay. Yes, Susan?
So another thing that we battle with when we try to grow and build business in the region in Africa and South Africa as well is the access to, as you mentioned, which sites are available in South Africa, which therapeutic areas, etc. As there is Trial Trove, there's a sister platform called Site Trove. Now it depends on whether the study was run from the US and whether all the studies are registered on the different clinical trial registries, but access to information is a big problem. You know, for me to present globally why we've got a business case to build work in the region, you know, it's really tough to find information. For example, we've got no idea what market share clinical research has in the GDP of South Africa. So I can't present how big the business is. And potentially how big the business differences are between the different CROs, pharma companies, etc. To show that one company is really getting it right in the country and the other one is perhaps not there yet, and to show that there is a business case to grow the work. That's one aspect. So very true, potentially something that SACRA can look at is, you know, to have access to all clinical trial sites in South Africa. Access to their correct contact details is another challenge, you know, that we have the correct, it's basics, it's 101 of how to get hold of someone. That's another thing. Absolutely, currently when we propose globally, you know, how does clinical trials work in South Africa, you go to the ClinReg, basically, you know, you refer them to that because that is quite extensive. So absolutely, that would be fantastic. Once again, we need money and people to do that. It's going to need to be a process. So absolutely, you know, I understand that that will take time. Another thing is we're losing older doctors. We're not getting new investigators. We're not teaching at our academic institutions, at the medical schools, what clinical research is about. I can promise you, you can walk into some of the GP practices and you can ask them, that drug that you're prescribing, where does it come from? You can have a Q&A with someone in a pharmacy and say, how did this thing end up on the shelf? And we learned that, unfortunately, through COVID, that people has got no clue how drug development works. I really know that SACRA tried to manage all of that on the platforms where there's been a lot of information and questions asked and a lot of, you know, people against what we do, not really understanding what we do. So we need to work and see collectively how we can work at getting new doctors into research and opening up more sites, because we have doctors passing away. We've got doctors that are just tired and they don't want to do this anymore. They've got the financial constraints to run a normal practice and can't just do trials. So there's the basic things from a clinician side that's got problems like that. So yeah, that's just, there's a lot we're missing out in terms of presenting our case for South Africa and the region. And as you mentioned, we need to showcase it for ourselves because no one's going to do it for us.
Thanks, Suzanne. So those of you who don't know me, I'm Sarika van die Kerk. So I joined EXCO last year, and it's actually quite excited because there's so much value SACRA can bring to the industry. So Suzanne, to your points, I think we all have the same view. What we lacked was a platform. So Becky was mentioning a lot of what we did was manual. It's very, very difficult to make manual information available to a whole organization. So we brought in Nuvitec, Adrian and his team, and I think I'm going to leave it to Adrian to speak for himself as well. But things like site information, CRO information, lab information, logistic providers, we want our aim with the website is to be a comprehensive summary of what we offer in South Africa. So if someone from Israel do contact us, we can literally refer them to the SACRA website, because currently it's, you know, who pulls together that information, and if it's one of EXCO, how do you do it in a manner that speaks to the whole industry, so not to be biased towards, you know, because we're all part of industry as well in our own organizations. So I think there's a lot. I think in terms of contact information, we need SACRA members to contribute to these initiatives. We don't have all the information, but I think what we can give is the platform. And if it's an easy platform to work on, I think people will contribute compared to maybe filling in Excel sheets, etc. So I'm going to stop there and maybe hand over to Adrian to say a bit about his thoughts. We brought him in very recently, so I'm putting him on the spot, but he likes that.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think from our side, so we're a technology company, and we've been focusing on the clinical research space for the past 8 years. We've really tried and tested all of our things in other countries, in India mainly, and recently in Africa. And we said to ourselves, this year and going forward, we're really going to support the South African community. It's a difficult place to get into if you're a software company, because you need to build trust. And we were these guys, we actually started our company like 100 meters from here, and we were like, okay, we're going to take on Medidata. And yeah, here we are today. On your point, I think it's something that we've been involved with over the past 2 years. We work quite closely with the Gates Foundation to assist them with their capacity building efforts. We're also quite closely aligned with them setting up the African Medicines Agency. And one thing that we've created, and we're actually going to do a nice showcase on it on the 20th of May, where there's an exciting day coming. Barbara and Becky will tell you about it, the International Clinical Trials Day. But we have an interactive platform where we've basically profiled 1,250 clinical research sites so far across the African continent with GPS coordinates, with contact details. We are busy profiling all the laboratories across the continent with all their certifications. We're profiling the service providers. Ultimately, this platform, and you can go to it, it's already live. It's called ctc.africa. It's a non-profit platform. It's not owned by us, and it's open to the public. And that is really going to become like the LinkedIn for clinical researchers on the continent. So we're quite excited about it. We really want to showcase the wonderful talent we have on the continent and in this country in a single platform. So if someone is looking for specific research sites specializing in malaria, they want a CRO who can help them, there must be a lab, a logistics provider to do all the different elements. They can use this interactive map and filter for all of it, and they can make contact with the appropriate research site, researcher, and the service provider. Yes, that's just one of the things. We're excited to be part of SACRA. I'll share a little bit later about another initiative we help SACRA with. But yeah, that's what we're doing so far.
So for those who don't know me, I'm an imposter. Okay, so I'm not a SACRA member. My name is Dion Bezuidenhout, and I'm the chairperson for IPASA for the Clinical Trials Work Group. So just on the point of the subgroups and things like that, I think the reason why I'm here should also tell you that industry takes what we do in South Africa seriously. And one of the reasons we also need you guys as SACRA members, you know, to use the platforms available to you to bring information to us as industry. Like Len mentioned, we work closely with some of the SACRA members, EXCO, to try and find a sweet spot in our regulatory environment where there's that cohesion and where we've got an effective machine to enable you guys to do your work better. So we haven't had an in-depth discussion yet. I'm also yet to discuss this with my PASA teams, but things are going to happen moving forward. So just watch the space and make use of what you've got in SACRA. I think it's really a valuable platform for you. And yeah, don't hesitate. And I'm sure that Becky and her team will also bring information to us on an industry level. Because in the end, you know, when we do clinical trials as pharmaceutical companies, well, for me, we want team. Even if you are the CTC, the clinical trials coordinator, or if you're the CRA or the manager or whatever, we want team. And we want to be the best team in the world here in South Africa and in Africa at a later stage. Okay.
Yes.
Who wants this ice cream?
Cheers to the best team. Do we still have comments? Anything there, Charlotte? Okay, nothing from the team online. So, I mean, thank you for the interaction and the good contribution. For everything to happen, obviously, though we can be automated, we still need people to drive whatever that we need to achieve. So if you have capacity to look at one of the challenges that Susan mentioned, having to look at the business case of how clinical trials perform in South Africa, how they contribute to the economy or so. I mean, we need people that have that kind of knowledge to come and say, okay, I'm willing to take time and contribute to that. We did a study at some point, but we used surveys to collect some data just to highlight the contribution of clinical trials in the economy, and we looked at the employment factor was one of the key output that we could look at. So we did do a bit of assessment at some point, but we also needed time to look at that data and maybe publish it and so and so, but everything needs time and it needs human resources. So as much as the world is going through the automated system, we still need the human capacity to make these things happen. And but that is really, really key. We need to know how we contribute to the economy, because if we can be able to highlight our piece in the whole pie of the economy of South Africa, we can be able to have a voice. You know, we can have a bigger voice in different platforms where we can make decisions happen. So, but that is one of the challenges that we've always had. And the biggest challenge as well in clinical trials industry is that we all know the challenges, you know, and these challenges are not new, they've always been there, but we seem not to be moving ahead to find solution on those challenges. We kind of delayed. I know there's many reasons for that, but we need to find ways to change and to make things happen quicker. That is the first thing that I just want to recap on, and what Adrian also talked about. And I mean, it's a great platform. It was introduced to us, I think, last year. And as part of the capacity building portfolio at SACRA, we're going to see how we can collaborate with Adrian and Novotech and the team to make that platform work for South Africa. You may find that I haven't looked at that platform. I don't know how much of those sites are from South Africa versus the entire Africa, you know. What I've also realized about us, we are late adopters, if I may put it that way. Although as South Africans, we kind of think we are ahead when it comes to science and technology, but we kind of late adopters when it comes to implementation. So you may find that the community around Africa, they've already adopted that system better than us. You see it when you attend different conferences. Recently, I attended a conference that was held in Nigeria, for example, and then there were different. It was actually in Ghana, not in Nigeria, and it's a conference around clinical research. You find that there was none South Africans. Then you had people there from Accra. You had people from the entire Africa, but we didn't have people from South Africa. So I don't know, maybe we are quite busy, you know, but maybe we need to look at ourselves and say, where do we need to change? You know, what is it that we need to implement in our day-to-day activities in order to find ourselves in the right space to grow the industry? Okay. Okay, my next point, I would like to ask Nyeleti and Barbara to come forth. We still have some time. I didn't realize when Sorika said we have a lot of time. Now I can see. She actually said, I didn't see that. So we do have time, and I would like to ask Barbara and Nyeleti maybe to come forth. And I didn't want to leave the space of thanking Barbara to the last item in the agenda, and it's not even in the agenda, maybe because of her contribution to driving SACRA. So, Barbara, I think you have played a critical role. I've worked with you now for more than 3 years, I think, at SACRA, and many people that were part of SACRA Exco, they've worked with you for a very long time. And you have been the engine in ensuring that SACRA survives, you know. So, Barbara, we would like to say thank you as Exco and as SACRA members, because we've all benefited from her commitment to SACRA. Thank you very much, Barbara, and we wish you the very best. And you can come back as Exco, you know. So you can still play a role as Exco, because we do need your knowledge and a lot that you have contributed. Yes.
Allow me to say something.
Please. You may.
I think I'm loud enough.
No, but the people on the
Am I
internet.
loud enough? Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Becky, for those kind words. Thank you, Exco, for actually inviting me to come sitting there. I didn't have to come early to lay out registration. But it's been an honor. It's been a real one, an absolute privilege to have worked with Exco, with SACRA, because I was the only one answerable for everything SACRA related in terms of events, billing, and everything. And just to state that the Constitution had to be amended in 2008, 2007 to 8, to actually allow for an employed, paid individual, because everyone else in Exco is pro bono. They do it out of their own time. So they had to amend the Constitution to employ me. And I was at the point in life where I had worked. I used to work through the night, through the weekend, through, I used to work round the clock. And Exco was a breathing place for me in terms of managing my time differently. And so for me, it has been an honor to be able to be trusted with time, with people's resources, people's time, because they put in their spare time and the amount of value that they put, if someone chooses to do something. And the professionalism that I've experienced from all the Excos, I must say it's been a privilege, because I'm learning from people who are top in their game, people who are leaders in their fields, leaders in their jobs, pharmaceuticals, academics, and they choose to do this on the side. It means they're driven. They're people that I had a lot to learn from. They're very articulate, very professional. So it's been an absolute honor to work under the different Exco people, the different chairs, and to be entrusted with what for them was something they wanted to see grow. So it was to my benefit that I could sit and learn and share and to grow SACRA. And I must say it's absolutely brilliant to see where SACRA is now. I was telling Sorika and Becky, I think you're at the place where SACRA can just go up. And I think with the new changes, I just wish you all the best. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to have served SACRA. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then I'm sure most of you are asking, then what's next? Now Barbara is gone. Becky, you are doing 100 jobs. Len, you are very busy. Nyeleti, you are employed. So what's next? Who's going to lead from now on? Who you guys going to be communicating with? So if you recently made contact at SACRA, you will have realized that the email that we always had, the admin at sacraza.com, it's still there. It's still our primary point of contact, but we have new team members. We have Karin Kruger from Novotech, who has taken over the administrative support. So she will be the main contact on the day-to-day issues, membership, sponsorship, inquiries that comes through to SACRA. So she will be managing that contract. We are very thankful to the Novotech team, I must say. First of all, they volunteered to build our platform. I don't want to call it a website because it's more than a website. So they volunteered and they built a platform for us, which they're still working on a daily, and they're investing quite a lot of time in it just to make it more interactive. So from that relationship that we had with them, when they given themselves to do that, they looked at our challenges and then they said, okay, there's a possibility of partnering with SACRA to provide an automated service and improve the kind of service that we were doing. So we have, I think, a team of 3 people from Novotech. We have Ricky Hug, and we have Karen Kruger, and then we have Adrian. Adrian is also going to join us as a support for EXCO. So yes, that is quite great. And I also want to introduce Charlotte, Charlotte James. So Charlotte James is also joining us as she has a good background when it comes to running NPCs. So for her entire life, or for the longest time, she has been working for different NGOs, and she also has a master's in public administration. So that is also a plus for us. And with her experience, we want to get SACRA to become even more compliant and more organized, and create more governance structures when it comes to compliance with the social development and SARS as an NPC. So, and any other people, but there may be other changes, but for now we just want to stabilize SACRA, since Barbara has left us, but she will be joining as EXCO soon. So yeah, so the ship continues. We're not gonna have any challenges which will lead to the members feeling that they are not being supported. Yes. So, we still have some time. So what we can do now, the next item which we're gonna have after the break was the sponsors acknowledgement. So I think it's best that we move to sponsors acknowledgement, and some of the sponsors that are here, we can introduce, and maybe they can start giving.
Uploading all the sponsor presentation. Can we maybe have an earlier break at 9:30?
Okay.
And then we can reconvene at 9:45.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Then we can just quickly, because we've got some late submissions to that section.
Yes, you.
Okay. So I can do it? Some late.
Yeah. At least we can have early coffee, thanks to Sue.
Yeah, so
That's okay for everyone.
yeah, so we can take a break, and any questions from the chats there? How many participants do we have? Oh wow, that's great. Okay, that's really great. Thank you everyone that is online. Yeah, we're gonna take a break at 12:30. Anyone wants to contribute? Any question that you want to bring forth? I see new faces. Okay, they're not prepared to say much. Yeah, but anyway, I think we can break if there's nothing from the team. We can take the break and we'll return at quarter to 10. Okay. Hi, welcome back. Hi, are we all back? Are we all here? Where are all the latecomers? We have people online. We cannot delay them. Okay. I'm just checking and just mapping the room to see if we have our sponsors that we wish to actually acknowledge today, because they are very key to the survival of the organization. So maybe we can just share the next slide, and then from that list, I will not have to say much. Each sponsor can come through and just share more about what they do. So this is your platform, and yeah, thank you. So we have our first sponsor. We have Crismo, Logitral. We're gonna have Aramex, Newtown, Dr. Mita, Novotech, IQVIA, and BioCare. So yes, Crismo, it's your time.
So it's still good morning. Good morning, colleagues. And thank you very much, Vicky, for the opportunity. I'm not sure if there's going to be anything that is going to be presented oh, is it the next slide? Okay. Do I have to press anything? No. Okay, so thank you very much again, colleagues. My name is Major Gama Tindi. I work at Crismo as the Executive Director. And today I just wanted to acknowledge the platform that we've been given by SACRA to present who Crismo is, but I did not want to take a long time because I was only given 5 minutes. Usually I speak a lot, so I thought 5 minutes will be very short. So just to share our vision, we are a Crismo Clinical Research Investigator Site Management Organization. We are based in Germiston, which is the east side of Gauteng, and we were established in 2015. So this is the vision that we have adopted as Crismo to say in the next future, this is why we want to see ourselves to be a preferred transformational partner in the scientific research And maybe just to break down what we mean by being a preferred transformational partner in scientific research, when we talk about being preferred, we are looking at three things. To us, it's the quality of the data that we are collecting. Secondly, it is the speed at which we are recruiting our patients. And lastly, it is the integrity of the data that we are collecting. Basically, we're talking about ethics. So for those three elements, we would like to be a preferred partner. But also South Africa talks about the triple BEE, which of course, if you are a company and you work with a company that is BEE compliant, there's a benefit to you as an organization. So preferred in such instance as well. I think we came into the industry at a time when the industry was sort of transitioning from what we used to know as MCC to now what is called SACRA. And when they came up with their policy in 2018, talking about transformation and capacity building, we had already envisaged ourselves as a company that would like to be preferred within the transformational space. So when we talk about transformation, we're talking about change, we're talking about capacity building, we're talking about being innovative, being able to adapt to how things are being done now. I mean, when we've seen with COVID that we had to adapt from what we traditionally know as patients coming to the site, but now we can do televisits and we are also able to do home visits and so on. But so I think as an organization, we want to be transformative in that sense, and also to talk about developing the capacity within areas where there is no capacity or where there is research interest, but there is no expertise. Where we are at Bethaklowa Hospital, it's a level 1 district hospital, and you know, clinical trials are mainly conducted at the academic level. So we are trying to look at those hospitals that does not have research capacity and see if we can partner with them to establish clinical research capacity there. That's the type of transformation we are talking about. Partnering with institutions as well to give BSc students access to the industry, and through internship programs we have been able to develop a number of BSc graduates that went through CRISMO and are now employed in the industry. So we are within that particular space. And lastly is to talk about the partner. You know, there are companies companies that would come to us and say, we would like to have your services, do a clinical study with you, but there are those companies that are deliberate in wanting to partner with us, that are saying, CRISMO, we know where you are, we know where you want to go, and this is how we can be able to assist you in achieving your vision. So there are companies that will say, we will give you a -20 fridge, or we will lend you a -20 fridge so that we've got the capacity to do X number of studies. And I think those are the kind of partnerships that we are talking about: capacity building, deliberate type of partnerships, and doing study for long term, not just to use the site for once and then you never use them again. And I think that's the challenge that we have perhaps discussed in the previous discussion, that as CRISMO or as an industry, we are not deliberate in developing capacity, in developing more sites. There's a point in time when we started a new site, we had to pay rent for 6 months and we could not secure a study. So those are some of the challenges that we are saying. Yes, we want to develop more sites, we want to develop more investigators, but if there are no pipeline of work, unfortunately that becomes a challenge. Just to talk about our 6 mission vision, 6 missions of how we want to achieve our vision. Firstly is to accelerate scientific research through the provision of research infrastructure. I've made an example of us expanding to hospitals that do not have any research capacity. We also talk about creating a platform for researchers to be involved in clinical trials. We know that there are doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals that are interested in clinical research, but they don't know how to enter. And I think through our platforms, through the research sites that we established, we give them that platform. And we also want to conduct ethical clinical trials. By doing so, we contribute towards the improvement of a patient's quality of live, and it is through research and development that we can be able to do that. And then we also want to embrace technology through innovation and training. Lastly, we want to contribute to policy development. All the research that we are doing, at some point, we need to go back to our stakeholders and also the policymakers to say, this is how it looks like, but this is our contribution basically back to the department, and refine the protocol and how we manage patients moving forward. So that also informs the work that we are doing. We talk about medical records. If we have to have access to medical records in a public hospital, it's quite a challenge. Some of the sites will tell you that it's impossible, but I think we have been able to inform our policymakers about the need for medical records, especially in the industry that we are in. So this is basically the contributions that we make, and we definitely look forward to working with every one of you. If there are new studies that you are planning, engage us while you are in your planning stage, so that we can prepare ourselves to know what kind of studies we are doing. I mean, the work we do is only clinical trials, nothing else. So we would really like to hear from you. Thank you, Biki, and the executive for this opportunity.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank SACRA for making this platform available to local businesses within the clinical trial industry to showcase the work that we do and our expertise. I believe there's a lot of businesses within South Africa that operate at a very high level and international level, and we don't always have a platform where we get the necessary exposure. And I can definitely say, since we've been listed on the SACRA website, we have received quite a few leads for new business. So that's very exciting. Then back to who am I? I'm Deirdre Oosthuizen. I'm the responsible pharmacist at Logic Trials. Our main focus is in the logistics of medicine and medical devices. And our focus is on clinical trials, not commercial stock, not big volumes, but the specialized field of clinical trials specifically. So I would like to take this opportunity to give you a little bit more information, background on our company, and also on the services that we provide. Our current bragging rights is that we are the National Pioneer Pharmacy Award winner, which is awarded by South African Pharmacy Council every 3 years. And at the moment, we are the reigning champion. So I just have to throw that out there because we are very proud of it. Then, very important, for clinical trials, you need to tick all the boxes. You need to comply to all the necessary regulations. We are licensed with SAPRA, both for the storage and distribution of medicine and for medical devices. We are also registered with the South African Pharmacy Council, and with them we hold an A-grade certification, which we are also very proud of. And everything listed here, our head of QC, Marga Malan, does a great job at managing our quality control. So if you need any information, all of this we have available to send to you, the necessary licenses, up-to-date certificates. We also operate on international standards. As we say, we are audit fit. We have international audits all the time. Through COVID, we've set up to do our audits online. We can do virtual walkthroughs of the facility. We can manage an entire audit online if necessary. Within the international standards, this includes ISO, GCP, and very important also the World Health Organization guidelines that are in place. We actually have more than 14 years experience and an incredible track record. We operate with highly qualified staff. And I think the biggest thing for us, one of the biggest selling points for Logic Trials is that we are based on local prices, local shippers, local employees, a local facility. So the costing that we put out, and you all know with the current exchange rate, is very appealing to international clients, because if you do that little exchange rate calculation, the services are very cost effective in South Africa. You can move to the next slide. Then on our services, if you go onto the SACRA website, our advert is there, and if you click on it, it will take you to our website where there's also more information. But in a nutshell, We manage product receipt and validated storage for basically all temperature ranges. This includes controlled drug and ancillary supplies and medical devices. We mostly perform distribution to site. This is within the borders of South Africa, but with very well-managed partners that we have, we also distribute to other African countries. We perform site-to-site transfers if this is necessary under temperature control. For instance, we assisted after the fire at the Joburg General Hospital to help them to evacuate all the clinical trial medication from there under temperature control, and that was a situation where a lot of clinical trial medication could be salvaged and reused because the temperature control chain was managed. We also do local comparator sourcing. As a licensed wholesaler, this is something we can do. We are licensed to do, regulated to do. So any local comparators that you might need for a clinical trial, please contact us. We can also assist with Section 21 applications or compassionate use of unregistered medicine, especially for post-trial access potentially. We already spoke about the local comparator sourcing. We perform return accountability of used or expired or even unused medicine for clinical trials in a very stringent process if you require that service. We have a large quarantine storage facility available within our depot. So if you need to keep anything under quarantine, that is something that we can assist with. We perform destruction through a third-party vendor, also through a very stringently managed process. Then, very important within the clinical trials, we supply validated shippers. We have our own stock, and we can also source specific products that you are looking for, and we can also rent them out. We also assist them with the purchase and rental of temperature monitoring devices. We can assist with secondary packaging or kit preparation. Since we are not a GMP facility, this is also a process that we utilize vendors or partners for, but this is something that we can advise on and assist with. And then we also assist with investigator and shelf life extension labeling. So that's us in a nutshell. But we are a small local company. We adapt easily. So if you have any interesting queries, questions about medicine or medical devices, please don't hesitate to contact us. We love a challenge and we can see where we can help you. We have fantastic coffee at our office there in Irene. If you have any international visitors and you would like to showcase something about the South African clinical trial industry, you're welcome to set up a site visit with us so that we can give them a tour to maybe just show them how clinical trial medicine is stored and a bit more behind the distribution of it. And also just to link with what the speaker said before tea time, we do have students from some of the universities that come through on an annual basis to come and visit the depot. And what we've seen during these visits is that they are very surprised about the industry that is out there and the opportunities available to them. And I think me and Marga can also verify that from our own experience. When we studied as pharmacists, we didn't realize this world existed, this opportunity for running a depot in South Africa exists, and all the exciting things that come across our path on a daily basis. So that is maybe just a word of advice to SACRA, to maybe even include us, but to get the universities to come and visit places like our depot, like some of the sites, maybe just open their eyes, because I think there's a lot of students that are not even aware that's the new generation coming into clinical trials that we can still rope in. And we've even seen at the SACRA gala dinner last year, one lady approached us and she said, she doesn't know if we remember her, but a few years ago, she was a student that visited our depot and she's so excited because she has now started her career within clinical trials. And I think she's actually at SiteSpace. Yeah. Well, that's us in a nutshell. I hope to see you all around the depot or work with you on one of the studies coming up soon.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to come and introduce Aramex Healthcare Solutions to you. We are the newbies at SACRA, so very excited to showcase our capabilities. Some familiar faces. We work with Deirdre on a regular basis, and I can definitely refer people to your depot. It's pristine, so that's an amazing job that you all do. Yeah, so just to begin, to introduce ourselves, I am a bit nervous, so I might be reading from my notes quite often. I apologize for that. My name is Ilse Prinsloo. I'm the National Healthcare Product Manager at Aramex Healthcare Solutions. Next to me is my right-hand sales specialist, Liz Alfandel. I can never manage to say her surname, so I actually need to give a prize to someone who can say it the first time. Tenzeldam Ganswyk is...
After 2 years, after 2 years.
She's our sales specialist, and she's absolutely amazing at what she does. Damon Biddle, who unfortunately can't be here today, he's our National Commercial Executive. And together we have over 30 years of experience in logistics. We work very, very hard and have been working very hard to build specific tailored solutions to the healthcare industry. As I will quickly take you through our national footprint, and then I'll give you a broad overview of our clinical trial offering.
Good morning, all. Yeah, I think I'm literally going to take a couple of minutes of your time. So just to give you a brief overview of how Aramex footprint works in South Africa. So we've got 19 branches operating throughout South Africa currently. We are constantly trying to expand our range within South Africa. We recently opened a operational branch within Ladysmith in KZN and also in Potchefstroom. Currently working on Groblersdal as well to insource that for us as a network as well. We currently move about 70 to 80% of the blood movement within South Africa that moves through our network on a daily basis. So very proud to say that it's really a procedure that is very well implemented and really runs extremely smooth. We've got 4 active warehouses within South Africa, which is our 4 main branches, and that will be Pretoria, Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban. Very proud to say our Cape Town branch has moved to a brand new facility recently. It's really top notch and really, really nice. So within Aramex, we have different touch points, if I can say it that way. A couple of years ago, we partnered up with the Postnet branches, or the Postnet brand, if I can say it that way. And also we've got the drop boxes. I don't know if you guys have seen the drop boxes in the Pick n Pays, Fruit Stops, and also recently going into Checkers as well. So that really expands our reach on a domestic, local movement level within South Africa. So all together with our branches and the Postnets and our drop boxes, we've got over 1,200 touch points where our drivers are on a daily basis. We operate 24/7 in the mega branches, which is the 4 main branches. So we can deliver your samples to you 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, if it needs be. So that is really something that we've worked on hard and really have a very good process in place for that. Our operational staff is very well trained with handling blood and temperature sensitive shipments, your specimens and everything that needs to come back. They know how to handle it. They know it's urgent. If they see medical, they stand on point. So yeah, I think it's just to give you a brief overview. And then, I mean, our vehicles are also growing on a daily basis. I went to our Joburg facility the other day, and as I drove in, there was a whole new fleet standing there in the parking lot waiting to go out. So currently we have over 376 vehicles that services all our clients on a daily basis within South Africa. I think that's about it from me.
Thank you, Lizelle. We can go to the next slide. So specifically for our clinical trial market, we offer temperature-controlled transport, validated packaging options. We manage your clinical trial logistics through comprehensive dashboards. And I believe Sarika has commented on it. It really is very interactive. You can see your daily shipment movement, whether it be cold, refrigerated, ambient movement from site to delivery point. We do proactive supply chain planning, route and cost optimization for site-heavy and decentralized trial options. And we have dedicated same-day transport to and from sites. Like Lizelle mentioned, we have over 376 vehicles, some of them on standby just to do urgent deliveries and collections. Right, go to the next slide. All right, then I think to touch on what Becky also mentioned, we need to look at the future of logistics and the future of clinical trials within our industry. South Africa as being an active site or country for clinical trials. For the past, investigating the need for decentralized and patient-centric logistics services. It has become an essential in the market. From online consulting or telemedicine to off-site home-based medical care, the need for regulated and professional care at home is vitally important. And as logistics service providers, we have developed a direct-to-patient and from-patient service delivery, which is specified to the pathology and clinical trial communities. By utilizing GCP-trained nursing staff, we are able to fulfill elements of clinical trials in the comfort of the participant's home. Our platform is designed to be completely safe, secure, and compliant. We connect the nurse to the participant, schedule appointments, record data, manage information through strict access controlled dashboards. In Europe and the US, conducting decentralized trials have proven to reduce participant dropout rates and increase the size of the participant pool. I personally believe in today's fast-paced world, to save time on traveling and especially spending on petrol in today's space is invaluable. We truly look forward to engaging with each of you to discuss your needs in more detail and working together with the community to ensure that SA remains and becomes even more attractive to sponsors across the globe to conduct clinical trials in both decentralized and centralized protocols. Yeah, so that is it in a nutshell. I look forward to actually on the 20th of May going into more detail on Aramex nursing fleet and how we conduct these decentralized trial options and take you through the platform, show you how interactive it is. And yeah, working with every one of you. It's exciting times. Thank you so much.
Morning, everybody. It's so nice to have a face-to-face meeting with people. I was standing outside in a Teams meeting and it's very, very different. So well done, and hopefully there's more of these meetings that take place. I don't have a great presentation. Following the very sharply dressed major, I feel underdressed now as well. What I wanted to say specifically to SACRA as an organization is the work that has been done for many, many years. I mean, I've been involved with SACRA for more than a decade. I've sat on the EXCO on multiple occasions, and I know what a tireless job it is. And I do believe that in the years that have gone past, we have made progress, specifically with addressing issues within the industry in South Africa. And I think we are now firmly in the way to market South Africa as a destination for clinical trials. I've always firmly believed that there's no reason why we should be doing 1% of global R&D. In actual fact, if you go and look at the contributions that we make to the trials that we do participate in, that we are firmly in the top 10% of global sites. So our industry is strong, and I do think we need some steering, and I do think that the best organization to do that at the moment is SACRA. So in essence, the contribution that we have made was to try and ease the burden that EXCO has at the moment in achieving these goals. And I think as an industry, if we all work together, we can actually reach these targets that we all want. We all want there to be more trials in the country. We all want to showcase our wealth of knowledge in this country. And through development of sites, development of people, I think we are firmly on our way to get there. It seems to be at a snail's pace at the moment. I'm very gray at the moment. I wasn't always like this. I started off much more good looking than I am now. But hopefully before I end up needing to put away my stethoscope, I should actually hope that as an industry, we are firmly entrenched in global R&D. Newtown Clinical Research, for those of you who don't know, we are based in Newtown in Johannesburg, directly across the road from one of the largest taxi ranks in the country. Patients access our sites very easily. So being in central Joburg, we actually get patients from the East Rand, from Soweto. Patients come into us from Pretoria as well. And the site itself, I'm always there. I'm always involved in these trials. I'm a very hands-on investigator. And over the last few years, we've actually blossomed, if you want to call it that. I've been on TV a few times, Major, so something for you to aim for. The Pfizer studies and the COVID vaccine work has really caused a bit of a bubble in the industry at the moment, and we are riding that wave as best as we can. Over the last few years, we've increased our staff complement to more than 30 people at site. I must admit, just yesterday, I told my lady who helps with HR that sometimes when I walk in the passage, I don't know whether I'm walking past somebody who's working there or somebody who's a patient there. It's difficult. But in growing a business, you obviously are faced with many challenges. One of our core principles at Newtown Clinical Research is to promote the advancement of knowledge and promote the access to care. And I am very pleased that in terms of access to care, we have been the highest recruiting site on our Pfizer studies in the country. We have been the highest recruiting site in our pediatric COVID vaccine trials in the country. We are the highest recruiting site in our GSK RSV studies in the elderly population in South Africa. And we've exposed a whole lot of patients to clinical trials. We've exposed a whole lot of patients to vaccines. And through that work, we're actually tapping into the 70% of our country that remains unvaccinated. And we use these opportunities to educate patients, not just about vaccines, but any medical condition that they are suffering from. We do lots of pro bono work there in diabetes and asthma and HIV. With the staff complement, we remain 100% committed to our employment of previously disadvantaged individuals. Over the past few years, we've taken on lots of CTAs, given them an introduction into the industry. Some of them have moved on to other companies. Some of them have moved on to CTA positions within CROs. Where's IQVIA? I didn't know that my last two were leaving to IQVIA, but I think the fact that they are educated well enough to go out there and advance their careers is absolutely amazing. And it's what I believe helps us to make a contribution to this industry. So it's not just a financial contribution to an organization like SACRA. It's so that you guys know on the ground that your partnership with sites, Crismo, Newtown, wherever, there is an impact on the ground in promoting employment within our country, in educating people who would not have been exposed to these before, and to providing excellent medical care and services to people who have no choice but to rely on an overworked and overburdened public health facility. So thank you very much. That's my presentation. I just wanted to say thank you to SACRA and good luck going ahead. And if there's anything that I can do to assist, please let me know. Thank you.
So I have a video, Adrian. Is it kind of, okay, so, gosh, you really can't see. Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Bailey. For those that I don't know, I lead our clinical operations at IQVIA for Middle East and Africa. So I'm here to talk a little bit about what we do from an IQVIA perspective. I have a very broad global video just to set the tone, and then I'll bring it a bit closer to home after we watch the couple of seconds, I think it is.
Tomorrow is a promise, the promise of a new future of successes earned. As we promise our customers to help them, inspiring us to reimagine how health and health information, analytics, and technology. Where clinical trials are designed around the patient, where predictive analytics prevent medical errors before they happen. Where all healthcare players work together to make patients' lives. Decision is informed by evidence, where treatment costs.
Have we lost it? Okay. So are we going to stop it or are we going to try? Okay. Sorry, I crashed it. So what the video was explaining was IQVIA is a healthcare data company, and we call ourselves the Human Data Science Company, and it's a real result of a merger with Legacy Quintiles, who I'm sure most of you are familiar with, and IMS, and we've really grown in the last 5 years since the merger into a company. I mean, we have a huge array of services from through the clinical trial spectrum, but across commercial and healthcare technology as well. So this talks a bit about our mission of improving patient lives, and I think probably that's why we're all in this industry, because that's what we set out to do. So from a local perspective, IQVIA, we have a footprint across the country, offices in Cape Town, Bloemfontein, and here in Centurion, and we employ 1,200 people across the different services. From a core clinical perspective, we just around 300 people managing clinical trials. And Dr. Mead, I have no idea who hired his staff. It's not that I have oversight on everybody that joined. So we have seen definitely, I think Vicky shows the slide of the number of trials, and I think all of us that have been in the industry for a while, we know that it comes in cycles as people like to come and do work here, and then it kind of dwindles and increases again. I'd certainly say, based on my vantage point, I mean, I spend most of my day lobbying for work to come to the country and the region, and there's definitely, both through the public health agenda, the diversity agenda, and just how we delivered on the COVID work, like Dr. Mita was referring to. We're definitely riding that wave at the moment, and we need to make sure that we maintain all that success and the interest that's coming into the country because of all of that. So many of the key factors when talking about clinical trials, I mean, we can't do it. It's a very symbiotic relationship. And so obviously we need the good sites, the strong regulator, the logistics partners to make everything happen, the labs. And I think that's what SACRA really brings together, is all of those partners creating this industry and environment, and why it's so important, and why we have sponsored SACRA to continue to do the important work that we need. So I do agree we need a lot more data to show our value
coming from a data company, every time I'm lobbying, like Suzanne said, we've got to prove it, what we're saying. So that would be absolutely fabulous. And I think we also need to get a bit more involved with patient advocacy, because that's really driving a lot of industries in other countries. And so I think from an IQVIA perspective, just want to thank Vicky and Sarika and Arjan and the SACRA Exco and everybody else who's involved to keep plugging away. It's a bit of a thankless job, I think, often, but we do realize the importance of SACRA, and I hope we can. I think it's in a really great space to kind of accelerate in the next couple of years. So, yeah, thank you.
Tomorrow is a promise, the promise of a new future, of successes earned, as we promise our customers to help them, inspiring us to reimagine how health information, analytics, and technology, where clinical trials are designed around the patient, where predictive analytics prevent medical errors before they happen, where all healthcare players work together to make patients' lives. Decision is informed by evidence, where treatment costs.
They continue to be one of the sponsors of SACRA. So you can check out BioCare on their website, and you will get more information from their website. So yeah, but we're very thankful for the support that we get from BioCare each year. We can move to the next organization.
Hello, everyone. So I actually have a pretty large video, so it's definitely not going to work. So yes, for those, I think there's a lot of you who I don't know, who don't know me. So my name is Adrian Kruger. I started this company called Nuvotech about 8 years ago. We were very, very lucky that the people who helped us create this business many years ago were actually the pioneers in the CRO industry in South Africa. So yeah, Professor Oppel-Greef and Julian Corkin were quite instrumental in helping us getting our chance and telling us where we should focus on first. We have a number of different platforms today that is being used in the clinical research space. The first 4 years was a bloodbath because we were very naive when we joined this industry, and we thought, oh, how difficult can it be to take on Medidata? We just need to build like a form builder. And then we realized there's people, they call themselves QA. And yes, so, but now we're in a much, much better space, and we've taken it, we know we operate in a very highly regulated, very stressful, tough industry, very important industry. So we bring an element of fun to it as far as we can. So you're welcome to go to our website or go to this URL, and you can chat to our chatbot and learn all kinds of things about our company. Yeah, our partnership with SACRA is, like I said earlier, I think we would love to bring South African born and bred tech to the South African community, similar to what Deirdre said, at a South African price point. So we've got a number of different things, but I think specifically for the sites and the audience members here, we've got a fully FDA validated e-learning platform that is helping a number of different companies in South Africa just to manage all of their SOPs, how to keep track of when new things are released. You can go through a learning portal, you can write a little test, certificates are issued. So it just makes the whole process of keeping your SOPs on track a lot easier. I think we've probably processed about 500,000 training courses through our platform. We have about 10,000 active users on a daily basis. So it's really tried and tested. And then I think another platform that is, we're very lucky that a lot of our customers and partners are in the audience. And another platform of ours that I think will make a significant impact is the e-source capability that we have. It's just to help sites digitize the way they run trials, that we can easily integrate with any EDC provider out there. We have our own EDC solution as well. But if you're a site that does a lot of work with Medidata or Medrio or any of those, we can offer you an e-source platform to digitize first point of data capture. You don't have to transcribe the data. We can pull it into the EDC, centralized SDV. There's all kinds of things that we can help with. And for all SACRA paying members, we will offer a significant discount to any of our platforms. So feel free to reach out to us. We are here to build capacity in this country and also in this continent. At the Clinical Trials Day that we're going to host with SACRA on the 20th of May, I'll tell you about some of our projects we're doing with the Gates Foundation. It's on a big scale, helping with capacity building. Yeah, I do have a video. This is probably our this is probably the project that has meant the most to us. We are very fond of India, the country. We have an office there. We have team members there. We've been there many times, and we were approached to be part of the project there during COVID. It was a significant challenge for us as a company. From a technology perspective, it's a massive study. We were challenged on many levels, but I'm very happy to say that it's the study locks in a couple of months, and it's gone very well. Yeah, and this is sort of a bit of a case study just to show you guys what happened. So let's see if the video works.
Imagination is the founding principle for all possibilities. We are rooted in imagination. It helps us to dream bigger, do better, evolve as a people, and be more. It helps us to create real impactful solutions for a world rife in the unexpected.
On Saturday, India saw the world's highest ever case tally of over 400,000 infections.
Threat of third wave of COVID is looming large.
COVID-19 caseload continues to rise at a record pace.
Hospitals in Delhi have completely run out of beds, and some are missing critical supplies, including oxygen.
In body after body being brought in. It's hard for anyone to keep calm, but what workers have been telling me is that the real scale of deaths caused by COVID-19 in India is a lot higher than what official numbers reflect.
Nuvotech is a South African technology company with a global footprint. We are a company of niche tech capabilities that come together to leave the world better than we found it. In 2020, the world stopped and it closed its borders. Nuvotech got a call from IQVIA, a global contract research organization, to help them imagine a software platform for Bharat Biotech, a leading biotechnology company based in Hyderabad, India, that would protect billions of people. This is our story.
After India approved 2 vaccines, its own homegrown Covaxin, developed by Bharat Biotech. Bharat Biotech has Bharat Biotech.
Some good news on the vaccine front in India, where the Bharat Biotech has announced phase 3 results for Covaxin.
Bharat Biotech approached us with a very specific need towards the middle of last year. They were looking for a life science clinical trials platform. So the strict timelines of this specific study required us to be quite imaginative in the way we approach this whole thing. So the specific software solution that Bharat intended on using is called Nucleus with a K. That is our EDC platform, EDC standing for Electronic Data Capturing Platform. So that's basically the platform. It's a web-based solution, and we host it with Amazon Web Services. But that's basically the data capturing solution where they capture the participants or the patient's specific medical results. We also use the platform to clean the data as we go through the trial. And at the end of the day, we also do quite a bit of analysis on the actual data before the actual clinical study report is produced by the statistical team. We could repurpose a lot of things that we've done in previous studies, so in past studies that we did in maybe in HIV or in oncology. So we repurposed like basic things as part of every clinical trial, like a vital signs assessment or a physical exam. So all of that created the foundation for this study. And then we just created the specific things for the vaccine study in about 2 weeks. So yeah, we put the whole database, the research database together in about 2 weeks, where it typically takes about 8 to 12 weeks. Yeah, to be part of something that has an impact like that is pretty special for us, and it's a great honor to be part of the project.
India imagined a homegrown COVID vaccine. We partnered up with IQVIA and solved for a 27,000 participant phase 3 study in 14 days. Bharat Biotech imagined a country free from COVID. We helped build the first step in the journey to beating the pandemic.
You imagine, we solve.
Oh. Sorry, Sue, I don't know what happened with your video. At least I mentioned IQVIA in the video. No, so yeah, no, that was and those numbers are actually, we made the video in November last year. I think they've done more than 250 million vaccines so far. So pretty cool. Now, one of the other initiatives that we did with SACRA is around the website. So I think we technology driven, and we have got lots of developers and designers in our team. So we approached Biki and then the Exco team and really asked them, can we, in the form of a sponsorship at no cost, redevelop the website, add new features to it, build an online payment gateway. We're going to add lots of other things to it as well. But so far, yeah, we've done a couple of things on it. So you can see, you can go through the slides. So there's a new public-facing site. It's more responsive, so it's mobile ready. If you open it up on a mobile device, it works quite nicely. We've kept a lot of the elements from the original website, and then we've added some other things in there. So on the next slide, we do showcase the specific pillars, and I think Surika will talk about that and Biki a little bit later on. The next slide will show you from an events perspective, we're enhancing this quite a lot so that it's easier to register for events, it's easier to pay for events. If you're obviously if you're a SACRA member, there's no payment. We have an interactive calendar that we're going to launch and build out further. The next one is, so this is, I'm not going to say too much about the day itself. I think Biki, you'll go into detail about the day, but one thing that we've created is that you can actually do the whole process online. So if we were to launch any event, any AGM, any webinar, it will be in this format. So if you click on the RSVP button, oh my goodness, the next slide, it will take you to like an interactive, like a shopping cart. You can add your tickets to it. You can see where the location is. Next slide. If you go to checkout, it will ask you to confirm who the registrants are. You can choose the way you pay. And then the next slide, you can actually add your credit card details. So those are just like basic things that we're going to add more and more of these things. I think we quite often feel like the dumbest guys in the room because there's all these pharmacology, medicine people, and they talk about all these terms. But at least we're the tech guys, so we can help you guys. So, and this is just to quickly show you who we are, what we've done, and also how we're helping out SACRA. And that's me, I think. Yes.
Also acknowledge other sponsors that couldn't make it. We have other sponsors. Let me think. there's different sponsoring packages, and I think Sarika will touch on the different sponsorship packages, but there are other people that are sponsoring SACRA in a different format than just contributing money. So we have companies like OnQ, for example. They have said, okay, SACRA, you need resources. We can give you a resource that is available at OnQ that can support SACRA. So Charlotte, for example, is a resource that has been given to us by a company like OnQ. We have other new sponsors that have signed up, like Synexus. I think now they call them Global AES. We have GSK. So our packages work in a different format, but it's more of a sponsorship. But we'll share them later. Which other company? There's a lot more, but you will see more at the International Clinical Trials Day. After Adrienne, though he says he thinks he's the dumbest person in the room, after he speaks, I feel like I'm the dumbest person in the room. And everything that they do at Novotech. I mean, yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you, Crismo. Thank you, Dr. Mita and Acuvia, Logic Trial, RMX, for also taking your time to come here and support SACRA. And going into the International Clinical Trials Day, we want to showcase what South Africa can do, you know, and what Africa can do. In most cases, we rely on the international companies to provide us with platforms, but we have never been able to say, these are the platforms that we have in South Africa. These are kind of things that we can do on our own, you know, so I think we are really way ahead of our game, and we're really doing it quite well. So if we come together even more and showcase the best of what we have, we're definitely not just gonna be the destination for clinical trials, we're gonna be the leader when it comes to clinical trials. Yeah. So going into the portfolio updates, I think this is a critical slide because this is what's gonna help us drive SACRA. So when I go in through this, Nyeleti is gonna join me as well on this sharing about the portfolios. We need to be more interactive. I want you to engage. I want us to think. We obviously can see that SACRA, or the members of SACRA, there's a whole lot of bright people and a whole lot of people that are creative. Whatever that you've showcased just now shows the creativity level that we have in the industry. So let's come together through SACRA, through the portfolios, and see how we can even make it much bigger. We'll start firstly with the regulatory platforms. The regulatory platform. Okay, so the regulatory platform, it's one of the key platforms at SACRA. And you will understand it's a highly regulated environment. There's a lot of policies that we must comply with. There's lots of different regulatory stakeholders. So when we talk about regulatory stakeholders, we don't refer to SAPRA only. We refer to the DOH. We refer to the South African National Clinical Trials Registry. We refer to the Ethics Committee and other aspects that comes to play when it comes to the conduct of clinical trials at the governance level. So we as SACRA has formulated this pillar specifically to facilitate regulatory and ethics engagement in an agenda that is mutually beneficial to the advancement of clinical trials in South Africa. I'm sure you already know more of what that means. We engage the different stakeholders. But besides reading on the slide, because this is an information that you can get from the website, I can move to the next slide, which is my key slide. So I just want to give you an example of what we have managed to achieve so far as SACRA, working together with SAPRA. In the past, when we all knew about the ITG, we all know about the ITG. So the ITG is an industry task group that includes the whole pharma space. So it includes the different departments when it comes to pharmaceutical industry, including the wholesalers, including the marketing, including the registration and all those aspects. The clinical trials was housed in the ITG group. And in most cases, when we went to the ITG meetings, our clinical trials agenda was the last on the item. So we started the discussion with SAPRA CEO, and we said, we as the clinical trials group, we kind of feel like every time we come here, there is more issues that are prioritized, and those issues are very important. We need to ensure that there's medicine in the country and all those kind of things. But at the same time, we also need to ensure that clinical trials challenges are also being had. So the SACRA CEO agreed for us to start our own clinical trials working group. So we know about the stakeholders meeting. There's the stakeholders meeting that SACRA runs. Those are stakeholders meeting where SACRA comes and share what they've been doing. But then the clinical trials working group allows us as the industry to have our own meetings with SACRA to actually do whatever the discussion that we need to do. But it's not just SACRA, it's not just SACRA, and it's not just SACRA in this group. So this group was formed by SACRA, EPASA, and and SACRA. So the plan of this is obviously we have established terms of reference, and we have to stick to the terms of reference. I know some of the team members may say, okay, I have challenges and I also want to be in part of that group or so and so. But when it comes to how we engage, we need to follow the terms of reference of SACRA, or that has been created by SACRA. So the aim of the working group is to open and maintain a line of communication between the authority, the National Department of Health, and the clinical trials industry in South Africa. We need to identify, escalate, and resolve all regulatory barriers to the conduct of clinical trials. And obviously, we need to facilitate and develop appropriate regulatory guidelines. The composition of the committee currently, from the different key stakeholders, we need at least 2 representatives. Obviously, from SACRA, we'll have 2 representatives from SACRA, the clinical trials unit, from the SACRA medical devices unit as well. So if you look at the different asterisks, what it shows there's the core team. So the core team, it's SACRA, the clinical trials unit, it's SACRA, and it's EPASA. So let's say we want to deal with a medical devices topic, then we will opt in the medical devices unit. We know that we have a challenge with the conduct of clinical trials when it comes to medical devices. So through this formation, it's going to help us move ahead when it comes to those. So it is very important that from SACRA's perspective, we say, okay, when it comes to medical devices, what are the challenges that must be gathered from the members? And how do we, as SACRA representative, represent our members when it comes to this so that we can resolve all these things that have been hindering conduct of clinical trials. And National Department of Health, here mostly referring to the export permit and the import permit. I know that is the hot topic and has always been a hot topic. So they also going to be part of this team. Ethics representatives, there's a lot of challenges that we see with the ethics, which are also some of key barriers. Like, for example, if you need to do an informed consent submission at VETS, if you have like 3 different ethics committee in your study, you have to customize one informed consent, or even these days you have 4 informed consent in one study. You will have the main, the genetic, you will have the pre-screening, and you have all those kind of informed consent. You need to customize them for VETS, customize for pharmaethics, customize for UCT, but we are in the same country and we are governed by the same governance structure. So those are some of the things that are, those are some of the things that are kind of things that are barriers. Barriers are not just timelines. Barriers, there's a lot of things that are blocking our processes. So this unit, basically, it's something that we are working and have established, and we have regular meetings to try and prioritize some of the agendas. The next slide, what I can highlight here is we will not be able to solve everything at once. So like someone like me wants to just put everything into the list and say we can do everything on the same day, but working with other people, they do reflect and say, let's prioritize. You know, we can't get everything done on the same day. And the more you put everything in the basket, the more you will not be able to achieve. You know, so we have tried through the first few meetings that we have and say, okay, let's prioritize. What are the key things that we're going to look at? Okay, so there's the regulatory systems. It's one of the issues that have been brought forth with regard to the submission processes, for example. There's the amendment approval timelines. That is a key issue that has been brought forth by the industry. The export permit, the material transfer, and the medical devices clinical trials. So a bit of an update. I mean, there was a meeting yesterday already with SACRA, and at the meeting, I was not able to be at the meeting, but SACRA was represented by Surika, Carol, and Len, and I think the team from Novotech was also there. So at that meeting, some of the issues like the regulatory system, there was an update that obviously there will be a new system that will be implemented, but you know how the government works. There's the tendering processes that we need to adhere to, but this is something now that is rolling. It's not like something that we have been talking about for the longest time, and yeah, so it's something that we expect to be implemented by the end of the year. And then the amendment timelines, what they've mentioned yesterday is that there's been more than 600 amendments that have been submitted. So that will give you why there's a delay when it comes to amendment approval timelines. 600 to 650 just this year, which they are attending to, and it's currently taking about 6 weeks to approve amendments. And I'm sure the reason why maybe we see this as a negative thing is because of the efficiencies that we've seen from SACRA during COVID time. Okay, we're still during COVID, but I mean, obviously in the previous year. And the other one that was discussed is the number of applications that were received this year. So about 270 applications were received, and the approval timelines is currently sitting at 90 days at SACRA. That is the average approval timelines. I mean, they can do it even in shorter timelines. And then when it comes to the export permit, there was also a discussion. The biggest challenge is to standardize how we engage with the NDOH. And I think the other challenge is that we sometimes have many people that are liaising with NDOH. So we want to standardize and create a process between ourselves and IPASA and SACRA on how we can engage with NDOH. So what will happen from now on is that through SACRA, they're going to try and invite the NDOH to one of the meetings and try to understand what are the challenges. Obviously, we know what are the challenges, but how can we come up with better solutions? So if this whole system is run and is centralized at SACRA, we hope that it will have more value when we speak with the different stakeholders, because SACRA is the regulatory body and they have that power. Yeah, and then the material transfer agreement, an update on that. I mean, we know the challenges when it comes to the MTA. We found solutions, I think, around the MTAs. What's been happening is that some ethics committees at some point were refusing to be party to the MTA, but we found solutions. So like, for example, Pharma Ethics will say that we won't approve the MTA, we'll just acknowledge it. You know, vets have their own lengthy process, which they've implemented. And we have UFS, for example, that will just give a letter to say that we're not approving it, but we acknowledge it because of those challenges. But these are some of the key guidelines that we're looking at SACRA. And the medical devices clinical trials, I don't know if you guys know Sarah Coy, and she's very passionate when it comes to medical devices. So she's very key in that forum because she gives more input, and there's been a lot of work that they have done from their organization to come up with processes or new or advice on how clinical trials should be conducted when it comes to medical devices. So for over 2 years, they reflected that they have come up with some guidelines, but those guidelines were never implemented. And so these are some of the things that we want to bring into this forum. All these things were in the forum, but it was at the ITG, and it was not necessarily directly attended to. So yes, that's just an example of what we do. And yes, I think from regulatory platforms, maybe we can have a bit of a discussion on what is your contribution? How do you think you can help? What assistance do you need? Have you seen other ways that work better that we can implement or share with other members? How have you resolved your export permits challenges? As an example. I'm not a good teacher, I don't ask questions nicely. Okay, Adrian.
Hi, maybe just for everyone to know, so we get our hands dirty wherever we can. So one of the projects that we got funding for from the Gates Foundation is to build a system for a national regulator. We implemented it successfully in 6 months for Nigeria. All of their applications, amendments, approvals, permits is all run through the platform. I did discuss that with the CEO of SACRA last week, and we are seeing them early May just to show them what we did. It sounds like there will also be funding for this project from the Gates Foundation in their regulatory capacity building initiative, where they're establishing the African Medicines Agency. So I have been warned by many of my colleagues that don't get too excited. SACRA is a beast, but I'm going to try my best. So let's see if we can, at least from our side, once again, just help digitize the process. I don't have any comments around how to improve the timeline on an export permit, but I can at least show you on a platform how long it took. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Adrian. Yes, Beja.
So when you talk about regulatory systems, what are we referring to? Because I think for us, we are operating within the public sector, or we would like to recruit our participants within the public facilities. So we need to submit all our protocols after SACRA has been approved, and ethics. We need to still submit on the National Health Research Database, and which then trickles down to the province, to the district, and to the hospital. So there's that lengthy process, and obviously that does not take into consideration the timelines. So I just wanted to find out, when we talk about regulatory systems, have we taken into consideration the NHRD process, and how we can also maybe include them in our discussions?
Yeah, so the NHRD will be part of the opt-in members of the new CTWG. So I hear you. So I just reflected on what we are currently prioritizing, but we will definitely interact with them as well. Also including the South African National Clinical Trials Registry. We've seen quite a lot of comments recently with them reviewing protocols, kind of a thing, I can put it that way, because people are complaining, why are they doing further review, you know? So it's those kind of things that will also engage with the different members with the help of SACRA. And the biggest challenge with NHRD, and the biggest challenge with implementation of change, is that the way we function, it's also gazetted in the laws of the country. So, I mean, you could easily say, why do we need an NHRD? But then for it to be scrapped out, it means you must change the law of the country, you know? So, and it's the same as the export permits. I mean, we have had lots of discussion. Len is here with the NDOH, but it's all embedded in the laws of the country. So it's not quite a thing that you can just say, oh, we're changing today, you know? But yeah, we'll engage the PHRC. We've seen some PHRC that are doing quite well, like the UFS. Maybe it would be great to see how are they, not UFS, I mean, yeah, Free State Department of Health. They're doing quite well. They can approve a study within like 2 weeks. And in Gauteng, for example, I submitted a protocol. I couldn't even remember. I don't even remember when I submitted it, and I only got an approval a year later. You know, so there's those challenges, and it's around South Africa when it comes to the NHRD, because it represents 9 provinces, and all of those have their own provincial health research committees. It's a big project that we need to look at. Yeah. Anyone else in the online meeting? Okay. Any contribution, any other key aspect of regulatory that you would like us to focus on, or any? Okay. All right. I think we'll just move. Oh, yes, Diadu.
Just to add something that we've been dealing with on a regular basis recently is with the new medical devices regulations on them coming in, is that in the clinical trial submission, there is a section where you list the medicine, where we've been advised that you can then also list the medical devices that will be used during the clinical trial. And I know not everyone's familiar with it, and a lot of people don't add it. And then apparently when you get your SACRA approval letter, where the medicine is listed right at the bottom, I think at point number 7, the devices will then also be listed, and that will just streamline the whole process for importing the devices for the clinical trial as well. I do have the information available, so anyone can contact me if you want to make sure which sections it is. Is it in the CTA, I think? Sorry, I don't deal with
the CTF one. I
Yes,
think
the
maybe when we
CTF
do the
one.
calculation of what we need to import into the country. Yeah, that's really great. So maybe you can share that and we can make it available and share it with the members.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really great because I mean we've been experiencing challenges where you'll be shipping even lab kits, for example, and they will be held up at custom as a medical device. Yeah. Yeah, but SACRA also, yeah, I think that was also discussed yesterday at the meeting, and SACRA is also going to be liaising with the medical devices unit to see how we can resolve that. Okay, I think the next one on the portfolios. Yes, Mileti.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for making the time to come. I feel sad just seeing the room be like so empty, but hopefully COVID will keep going away and we'll go back to normal. I don't think we need to really dwell much on this, but I think what I can highlight here is that the COVID situation has highlighted the need for more resources within our industry. And it's a challenge that a graduate is in most cases in need of 2 years prior experience in order to get into an entry-level position in our industry. And it's understandable because when you look at the CRO setup, then that person coming in needing to be trained is not billable. Really, you can't really immediately allocate them on studies. So but you still have to pay them. So then, and in most cases we're chasing time. So it's just quickly take the experienced people, and then but by doing that, then we keep recycling the same resources and we keep leaving people out who could be coming with a lot of knowledge, fresh ideas, innovative ways of doing things. But we are blocking them out of these opportunities, basically. So we as the training and development portfolio, we have to find a solution or a way of bringing these people into the industry. Next slide, please. So the objective of this portfolio basically is to bring in new graduates and new professionals, but also thinking back to when I was a younger professional within our industry, it was difficult for me to know how to grow. What do I do? What do I need to study? What courses can I do? Because there are no postgraduate qualifications, particularly in clinical research in South Africa. And when you look elsewhere, it's just too expensive and no one's going to pay for you. So we want to look at other courses that are relevant to the clinical research industry and to just make them visible, make them available, let people, professionals who are already in the industry know that there are things that you can study to develop yourself further, but also to create a space to know how can you grow within the industry. If you are working in a CRO and you're a CRA for 10 years, but you don't actually want to be a CRA anymore, what else can you do and how do you move then to the next step? And of course, to increase general awareness about clinical research. And this is a challenge because in our platforms as SACRA, we are presenting mostly to industry people. So, people already know about clinical trials. But in our interaction with stakeholders, such as universities, and very soon I hope to also include high school students so that they start choosing the right kind of subjects. They start knowing, when I studied I did a BSc in pharmacology, but I just happened to be doing it because it was a bursary that I got. I didn't know where I was going to work. I didn't know anything about clinical research until further on in my degree. I think I was in my third year when I then found out about clinical research, and I still didn't know how to get into it. So just to put that awareness out there from high school level going up and into university. So one initiative that I launched last year was a career exhibition, which I wish to do every year. I did it in July, and I think I should just stick to that month so that people can just start being used to knowing that in July there's a career exhibition. And in this, I invited potential employers, and I was very happy that IQVIA participated very well and supported us on that, as well as other companies such as OnQ, TCD. And then we also included universities, training companies that train in clinical research that are not necessarily universities. So you like do a certificate in quality assurance, that kind of thing. And then we also included graduates and professionals who are already in the industry. I also invited people who are quite established in their careers just to share their own journey, just to make it real, to say, this is where I came from, this is what I studied, and this is how I stumbled upon clinical research, and this is how I grew, and I've further I went on in my career, and this is where I am now, and this is what I plan to do. And I tried to diversify that by having people with a nursing background, pharmacists, medical doctors, BSc, and all that, so that we can see that actually it doesn't really matter what you studied, as long as it's science and health related, you can get into this industry. And so I'm wanting to make it bigger. Last year we had close to 1,000 attendees online. So this year I want to make it bigger, but I do want to make it hybrid like this and have it face to face. I'm talking to one of the universities to host it at the university, invite their graduates. And I'm getting more involved now with the nursing background people, because last year there were just a few. I think we should bring them more into it, because I know a lot of people with a nursing background in our industry who have had such great opportunities within our industry. So I don't want us to leave anyone behind. So this is what we're planning to do, and we're planning to invite more sites now as potential employers also, as well as more people who have established themselves in the industry to share their journeys. I think when people share their journeys, it makes you then imagine yourself as a young person, imagine yourself that, oh, okay, even me from a village, even me from this kind of situation or poor background or whatever can get to that, and it's just motivating. Next slide. So I'd like to open the floor for any ideas of how we can continue to bring in more people into our industry, open it up a little bit more, and also developing young people. You don't have to stay in a position. There are people who can get into an entry-level position, and they're just great. Why should you work 15 years until you get promoted and get promoted? So how can we help? What ideas are out there with you guys, or even on the online attendees, to develop people that we can do at SACRA? And definitely, for all this work to happen, we need more hands. We need young tech savvy people who can do the pamphlet for me, put it out there in social media, because the challenge is time. As you know, we are volunteering, so we work at night, we work on weekends, and it's not easy. We have the great ideas, but even a bit of help in terms of the admin support. Although now I'm very excited, we do have more admin support on SACRA, and I look forward to just putting it out there and saying, this is what I need, and it be done. But we also want to give opportunity to other people within the industry, even if you're not assisting with SACRA webinars as a whole, but towards this particular initiative, you're more than welcome to be in contact. I'll open the floor for any ideas or thoughts. Yes.
I'd like to put it out there to the major CROs. You make a lot of money. I know that because I've been in the industry for more than 35 years. I'd like you to start CRA schools where you bring people from the rural areas who have actually done a BSc, they've done nursing, they're IT people, and you bring them into a CRA school for 6 months. We did that and it was very, very successful. And many of the people that went through the school are now in the industry in South Africa and have got very good high positions, not just CRAs, they're leading project managers, they've gone to Europe, they've gone to the United States. And the CROs should put some money away for extramural training, and it really does pay off. I think we put through 60, I'm not sure Sarika could help me with the actual number, but it's something that's really worthwhile in this country to do. And we use people mainly from Limpopo.
Yeah, that's where I come from.
Okay, thank you for that. I actually said to Nyeleti, we're not going to talk about this, but what you said is very key, and it's something that we have started working on an academy. So an academy will be, it's clinical trials at Pharma Academy. It's called Pharma Academy. It's a non-profit organization, which will be led by Charlotte. That's why she's here today also. And it's still new, but we plan to launch it around July. So I like the fact that you are bringing in another idea where the CROs can also contribute, you know, so it doesn't just belong to a certain CRO. But since it's a non-profit organization, many people can actually contribute and ensure that it works. So we'll launch it in July. You'll see more of that.
Yeah, so the idea with, she said I mustn't talk about it. Now she's stealing my thunder. How? You know, but okay, so what I like about the academy is that people won't have to pay. There will be an entry criteria. So we need a lot of funding for that. You know, we've got the first bit of funding, and then we will select the graduates that will go into it. We will train them on everything clinical research, and we hope to then bring them forward. And if we don't absorb them as an industry, then that's even more sad, because there are so many people with the qualifications, but they're at home. So this is taking them a step further. So we will be begging, I will be begging for funding with the CROs. So thank you very much for that idea. And with sites also, you know, where they can. And I think with all that money coming together and giving people opportunity without making them pay, they've already have student loans and whatever fees that they have to deal with varsity. So to give people an opportunity to get that bit of training, and then we have to commit to also employing them after that and training them up. There's a hand from Major, yes.
Okay, no, thanks. I thought maybe I can just share some ideas, but at least it's good to know that there is training plans that are in place. But over and above that, SACRA is a non-profit company. And as a non-profit company within the clinical or health space, you could apply to become a member of HWSETA, which is a health and welfare sector education training. So as a member, you could actually benefit from discretionary grants where you could apply for funding to either train people and or host, not even host, but provide internship. So if you could secure spaces with different companies and you get funding from the HWSETA, we will host those learners for you, but they get paid through HWSETA. So I think there is a way that could also, I mean, you don't want to be training people who are going to be unemployed, but but you come up with another solution and say, once they've been trained through this particular platform, they could be placed, and you've got placements annually at different companies, which is a, I mean, 1 year exposure, and we hope that the big companies will take care of them.
Major, thank you very much for raising that. About 2 years ago, just before COVID started, I started looking at potentially placing interns in the CRO environment. And I did a little bit of research, and being not, you know, we don't know always everything and we have to try and educate ourselves. Spoken to HR friends, said you need to work through CETA. Now I have to educate myself. How the hell do you get through CETA? This approved and the funding, etc. So fantastic suggestion. If we potentially, now I'm placing on SACRA, but I think everyone will buy into it, to have a process and a conduit for placing interns in the industry. And because I promise you, there's such a rife search for and hunger for new staff. And as you said, you know, what came first, chicken or the egg, the training or the trained CRA, that there will be some ingenious ways of generating funding for SACRA by placing interns potentially, and then have that hiring ready to hire individual available afterwards. So super idea.
Good morning. What I would like to add, being a passionate pharmacist, is also our local depot. So for placing interns, and if it's something that you are willing to do, what we've done in history is basically to upskill unemployed employees and registered as tutors to register as a basic pharmacist assistant, and then to facilitate the process to a post-basic pharmacist assistant in how to handle the product. What we are discussing here is research, but if the product is not being handled correctly, it will be discarded after use. And this is a skill set that we can bring to the party, and we can facilitate with the upskilling, and then at the later stage, then identifying sites where qualified pharmacist assistants can be placed to deal with the product. As we said, we are a local depot. We do not have the funding of an international platform, but we do have the skill set and the knowledge. And this is what we've been doing for South African Pharmacy Council, and working together with them and having the applicable licenses. So bringing to the party is ideas, and that was the question. And this is what we can do. It's practical, dealing with products, and not just from an internship on research, but also in the field. This is what we do on a daily basis.
Thank you so much. I like all these ideas that are coming up, and I like that you took me up and didn't just keep quiet and look at me, you know. So I've noted all the ideas. Thank you very much, and we'll look into them with the help of the admin support that we've got now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nyeletu, for that great presentation. It's also important to acknowledge that when it comes to training, we are all doing something. Although we don't have the formalized structure that we like, we do acknowledge that there's a lot of people that are currently doing a lot to contribute into training new graduates. Other suggestions that I can just share, for example, if you're a contract CRA, you can work with your sponsors that you're contracting for and get authorization to have a trainee CRA that you can take with to site. So that can work as long as you have agreement with the sponsors or the CROs that you're contracting for. And it can help you actually keep up with the timelines. You know, you can even do more by training others. I've tried it and it works. So just try that. Okay. Capacity building and site support. This is a portfolio at SACRA that is currently does not have an EXCO lead. So we do have a support team that have taken up this portfolio, but this is a very important portfolio. It goes together with the training, but it's looking further into how do we develop a capacity and how do we support the sites. This portfolio was previously led by Rapala and Dr. Will Hasse, but then Dr. Will Hasse is still there, but today I'll just share a little bit about this one. So the objective of the capacity building portfolio is to implement an impactful program to develop long-term capacity to ensure the South African clinical research landscape remains competitive and is representative of the country's demographics. So earlier on, we mentioned that we are losing quite a lot of doctors when it comes to new doctors that are coming into the clinical trials. How do we develop capacity? How do we practicalize capacity development? And then the other objective is to create an open platform to provide support and engagement to sites conducting clinical trials in South Africa. Next slide. So what they actually, this team had planned to achieve, which actually I'm trying to canvas for people that can raise their hand and say, we are available to take lead of this portfolio. They need to develop a capacity to ensure the South African clinical trials landscape remains competitive. We want to develop publicly available list of sites. So though we were talking about list of sites, we've learned with the collaboration with Novotech that there's better ways to do it. We don't need to create a spreadsheet that will be sitting somewhere at SACRA where someone will call and say, can I have a list of your sites? We can actually go through the platform that Novotech just shared and register all our sites, and we can actually have a list with available contacts that highlights all the sites. And we have to have the proposal for development of sites ready for stakeholders engagement. Same discussion like we had now when it comes to training. How do we formalize the development of sites? You know, what is our process? We know we do have a capacity building policy from SACRA, but how do we practicalize the capacity building processes? And we want to also develop a starter package tool for new sites. I mean, it can be information and processes. These were some of the ideas that the team have put in place. And there I highlight that the challenges in this pillar, it's the commitment of the members, you know. So this is our meeting. We need people to help us with this portfolio. Anyone? Going once? Okay, but anyway, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people. Please do raise your hand to support this portfolio. And the site interactive platform. So if you go to SACRA, if you're a member of SACRA, you go through to our website. They next to the last, I think the last, what do you call those things? They on top address. Oh yeah, the last tab, the second last tab. If you click there, there's a place called the forum. So if you go to the forum, we have created an interactive platform. So as much as we have LinkedIn, we have Facebook, and we have other ways of communicating, we want to create a member platform where as a member, you can be free to raise a question. Like for example, if you are in an audit situation and something that is unheard of is being placed for you as an audit finding, for example, you can easily just go into the member forum. It's a protected forum. Only SACRA members are participating in it. And you will, we obviously, it is not a private forum. We'll be able to see who has posted that particular comment. So you can go there and make a posting, and then we can have a dialogue about whatever that situation. I mean, we have issues where people maybe are having frustration and they will post in LinkedIn. LinkedIn is not a protected space, and some information that we communicate may misinform the community, especially if it's not like sort of a final kind of input. So we can have this dialogue space where we can discuss pertinent issues. When we have new guidelines, when you have challenges, when you have found a solution, for example, for a problem, you can also share that, oh, recently there's this and it works like this. The same thing as what Deirdre was sharing with regard to the ancillaries that comes with the IP. You know, we can find ways of just sharing. So you can also register your site and upload your site capacity in the forum platform, post questions to the stakeholders. It's an open blog and you can write up about your site. You can share photos of your site's achievements in that protected space. And we hope to increase the site's membership in that. And if you think of anything else that you think SACRA can do for the sites, also share with us. So for this platform, obviously it's not just for sites. We want to open it up even for service providers. We want to open it up for the sponsors and the CROs. So the sponsors and CROs that are member of SACRA, they can post their upcoming trials, for example. You can post your upcoming trial and find other ways of doing feasibilities. And maybe it may work best. So we have not tried it. We're still going to learn how we can make this work better. You know, that's just an example. And then the vendor service offering. Our vendors can actually highlight what kind of services they are offering, and then they can engage with the members from that platform. Yes, so I think that's the last slide for this. But what is important for me here is that we don't have anyone leading this portfolio. I don't know from your side, is this a portfolio that we must keep? We had many portfolios at the beginning, but we decided to streamline due to availability of the people to lead the portfolios. But these 3 portfolios, the regulatory, the training, and the capacity and site support, it's the 3 that we saw fit to keep with. So please spread the word about the capacity building and site support and get us more people that can lead this. So at the next meeting, maybe we can be able to tell you more of what is happening here. Okay. All right. If there's no question, there's nothing online. Yeah, it's rough. Okay, so okay, so I'm going to ask Sorika. Sorika is one of our EXCO members, and then she can give us an update on our plans and regions updates.
These slides are really quite bright. It's always difficult to be almost the last one on the agenda because a lot of discussions happen and everyone actually say what you want to say. So Becky has asked me to share a bit about our strategy for 2022. So like I mentioned to you, I joined as an EXCO last year. So in my EXCO capacity, this is quite new to me. But I've been in the clinical research industry since 1999. I actually started with Gillian. Adrian also mentioned her name, so she recruited me into the industry as well. So Joel, good to have you here as well today. So maybe you can go to the next slide. Becky also mentioned this, but for me, it's quite relevant to just draw your attention to our values, to the SACRA values. And these were compiled through, we did a couple of member surveys last year to find out what's important to the SACRA members. So from the feedback from those surveys, we actually looked at what was the values. We had to change it a bit, and we then came up with these 4 values. So it's very specific to the science, the inclusivity, the member-centric, and the relevance. So SACRA, as you know, is a membership organization. Without members, we do not have a SACRA. SACRA is not the EXCO, it's really the members. So COVID has been tough for SACRA because I think the value, and I think of myself as a young, when I was young, a young person entering the industry, SACRA was a great platform, the meetings, to form relationships, to network, to get to know people. And I think COVID took that away from us. We couldn't have the face-to-face meetings. So as a result, we've also seen a bit of a decline in our membership. So one of the things we want to do is to increase membership. So we've got a specific pillar that's dedicated to business development, and I'm leading that pillar, and the main aim is to increase membership across all stakeholders in the industry. So CROs, logistics, pharmacies, laboratories. So all stakeholders in the industry, we want to increase the membership, because that's the only way we can get to the hot topics. So you can maybe move to the next slide. So under scientific rigor, we want to hear from you, and Becky has mentioned that we want to understand what is the hot topics that the members of the clinical trial industry is struggling with in this country. We know about the export licenses. We know about approval timelines. Becky has mentioned the clinical trial working group as a result of the knowledge of what is a hot topic. So on the website, we will, Becky mentioned the feedback option. We want to hear from you, so please contribute to those questions and put your challenges out there. As soon as we pick up a trend, we will see how we can action that, because that's where the value of SACRA will come into for its members. When we did one of the surveys, it said SACRA is good for interacting, and SACRA is good for a body driving someone with some weight that can drive some of the challenges in the industry. So we really have taken that at heart, and we want to support industry in doing that. I mentioned about inclusivity. You are going to see more and more surveys coming out from us, and the main aim of those is really just to get the feedback, as I mentioned. With regards to member-centric, historically, there's always been meetings in Cape Town, Durban, not so much Bloemfontein, but we want to maybe look at SACRA not only from a Gauteng perspective, increase that a bit. So we are asking, and I'm thinking it's probably the online people that can contribute to this more. We are asking for people in Natal, Western Cape, and Free State to raise their hands to help us to drive these type of meetings in those regions. We don't want people in other regions to think that it's Gauteng focused. So we ideally want to have meetings in those locations as well without people having to travel. I think the one good thing about COVID was that you can do things without traveling within your own space. So if anyone of you in the room or online is aware of someone who can help, or if anyone is willing to raise their hands, please do that. Because for 2022, we want to almost re-energize the regions and get all of that up and running again. So on the next slide. So Becky mentioned some of our packages. So because we are a membership-driven organization, we also an NGO, so it means we cannot make any profits, and we obviously won't do that. But in order for us to exist, we do need money as any organization. So membership helps a lot. But we've structured these what we call membership options, so for various company sponsorships. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but the packages are structured hopefully to address the needs across the industry, so CROs, pharma companies, etc. And then maybe on the next slide, you can see it's specific packages for specific types of organizations. We've got a site and university one that's been added. We've got a student package now as well for people who want to enter the industry. So, I mean, if you're aware of, it's difficult sometimes to reach the students, but all of us know someone who wants to enter the industry. So help us sell this. And within your own organization, if you can maybe look at the packages and see, there's a lot of value. And Deirdre, it was good that you mentioned that since you've got a package from SACRA, you actually got some leads as well. So we are hoping that these packages would give you more exposure for your own business, and that it will help you to increase your own business locally in South Africa as well. Our ultimate aim is to grow the industry. We could go, yeah, so we also have advertisement packages. We get contacted a lot by various companies to place an advert on the SACRA portfolios that we've got, the website, the LinkedIn, Twitter, etc. So we've structured that into packages as well. So any company can now advertise through SACRA. And there's a 3-month, a 1 month, a 1 week. So it depends on your needs. So instead of going to PNet to find a CRA, you can come to SACRA as well. And because there's a lot of members in SACRA, it's actually, we've received some feedback that it's a very good place to actually find resources that's very applicable to the industry. I'm doing a bit of selling here, if you can hear that. I think that was my, do I have another slide? Now I want to advertise our International Clinical Trials Day. We haven't had a conference in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So we want to utilize this opportunity to be quite a big event. So we're quite excited about it. It will be hosted at the IQVIA facility, the BCX building in Centurion. We are seeing them this afternoon to see if we can have some exhibitor space. So it's going to be International Clinical Trials Day, but we want to almost manage it like a type of a conference where there will be exhibition space, there will be sponsorship opportunities. And we're looking at quite an exciting agenda. We want to show how we have changed the clinical trial, the way of doing clinical trials in this country. How do we bring in technology? How do we do decentralized clinical trials, etc.? So a lot of it's going to be focused on how it's evolved over time, but not that we want to go there. What have we already done? And then we want to include East and West Africa into this. So we've already have confirmation from Nairobi, from Kenya. So the University of Strathmore will host it on their facility, on their grounds. So we're working with a group in Kenya that part of the planning meetings as well. And we're currently looking at hopefully securing something in Ghana/Nigeria for someone to host it there as well. So we're really looking for it to be quite a big event, a lot of exposure, and then following the event, how can we sell this to the outside world? So we're hoping to get some good documentation from that meeting that we can put together in like a fact sheet about clinical trials in sub-Saharan Africa or something like that. If you want more information, thanks Adrian. Adrian's learning us a lot about technology. You can just scan me and it will take you to, so it's not just a nice picture, it actually works. I tested it last night. So yeah, there's already the site is up and running. Adrian mentioned it as well. But you can, we're going to post these slides on the website as well, so you can scan there. And for all the young people, I know you know exactly how it works. So these are some of the topics that we are thinking of covering at the International Clinical Trials Day. So you can see it's all to do with the evolution, infrastructure. Sue mentioned communities, so we are going to see if we can get some patient advocacy groups, community engagement, etc. Obviously, we need people to showcase their work, so anyone can step up, put up their hand, be part of the day. Technology partners in Africa, the growth of clinical trial services, and I think that's actually quite an important topic as well. There's sometimes such a focus on CROs that we forget about the rest. And I come from a CRO, so I enjoyed all the attention while I was there. But there is so many different parties that need to make it work, and we are one team. So I think from a SACRA perspective, we want to give everyone the same focus. So the logistics, the labs, the depots, the sites, absolutely the sites. We're going to focus more on the sites this year. And everyone that contributes to a clinical trial, we said in one of the EXCO meetings, we're going to map it out and we're going to have a nice picture of who's involved and who contribute. And so it is going to be an exciting day. So please register. It's open for registration. If you're not a member, sign up as a member, then you don't have to pay for the event. If you're a non-member, there will be a fee associated with it. So yeah, we're looking forward I think we will cut off at 100 attendees on the day. So the first 100 to register will be able to attend in person. The rest will have to wait until next time. I think that's it from me. Any questions? Yes, Suzanne.
– 100 face-to-face attendance and potentially more virtual attendance?
Yeah, so 100 face-to-face, but we'll definitely open it up virtually as well. But we would like 100 face-to-face. Yeah, so just going to repeat that. So if the COVID regulations change, BCX or Aquavia might be able to accommodate more. The facility definitely can, but for now it's capped at 100. I'd still urge you to register and be one of the 100. Any other questions? Yes, it's open for registration, Adrian. Yeah? So be the first one, maybe we can give you a prize. Any other questions? There you go. Yeah, so we will be reaching out via email communication for sponsorships, exhibitions, etc. Okay. That's it. Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sarika. Is there no next slide? Is there another slide after this? Let me see. Oh, okay, so there was a slide about the conference that is part of SACRA's plan. So SACRA has, in the past, had breakfast meetings, and then they also had a biannual conference. So now that hopefully COVID we have managed to pass through the toughest waves and things are starting to normalize, we're looking at going back to having more of the breakfast meetings. As a reminder, at the breakfast meetings, we were able to invite organizations like SACRA, maybe at some point invite people from the South African National Clinical Trials Registry, also people from the PHRC, so that they are able to share with the members. So we used to have them every quarter, we'll have one breakfast meeting, similar to what we're having today. So we're going to implement those kind of meetings again so that we can engage more with the members. And the biannual conference was one of the main event for SACRA. So we used to have it biannually. So we're going to do an assessment to see if we are ready to go back to that level of a conference. I mean, there's new ways of doing things now, like the International Clinical Trials Day that we've added into our agenda. There's also the gala dinner. I think last year we had the first gala dinner for SACRA, and it was a very well attended event. And people at the event, they actually highlighted that they would like to have that more. So that will be sort of our end of year event, where we all get to dress up and show up and look good and just thank ourselves for doing a great job. So we'll continue having that event. What is very much important and also reflected by what Sarika shared, we have limited space in everything that we do. So we would like to urge people that register to register and show up, so that we can plan better. So I know things do happen along the way, but let's try to register and ensure that we also show up when we make the registration. All bookings that we do are based on the number of totals of the people that register. Yeah. In the next session, we're going to have Alec, who's going to talk to us about how we can do better with managing our lives. But before that, can we take a break and have some coffee or tea, and then we can return back at 12. Thank you. No, I don't. Hi, welcome back. Thank you for staying online and all the team that we have here. So we've come to the last presentation for the day. So this is not just a presentation. We just finished the first quarter of the year, and we know that we've gone through a really challenging year in 2021 during the COVID time. As the industry, we continue to work hard and we work tirelessly to ensure that we contribute to the development of medicine. As we have 3 more quarters to go to the end of the year and to deliver all the metrics that we need to deliver, I know many of us already feel like we're carrying a heavy load. But it was very important for us as SACRA to say, okay, what do our members need at this moment to help them to keep going, to have faith and never stop to do what they're doing and to continue doing it best. I would like to introduce to you Alec Averinos. Alec, thank you for accepting our invitation to join SACRA and SACRA members today to come and talk to us about just endurance, about staying on and never giving up, and work-life balance. Alec is happily married to Rona for almost 32 years. And Rona is here, though she looks even younger. And he's got 4 awesome children and 2 grandchildren. So you guys online, sorry you won't be able to see Alec, but we can share his web page later on so you can see the kind of work that he does. He's also an entrepreneur. He's a multi-sport enthusiast, and he's a 2x50 plus 24-hour endurance obstacle course and a racing world champion. That is the man that we have today, just to tell us how he does it. And he is, according to him, not qualified to give professional advice, spiritual and nutritional or exercise advice, but he's going to give us a little bit of different aspect of how he manages to keep fit. And he's got one of a statement that he put here that I think is very nice. He says, good, better, best. Let us never rest until our good is better and our better is best. I just found that to be very incredible. So let's never stop. And Alec, please come to the podium.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think I'm going to make an assumption, but to run a successful clinical trial, I think your guinea pigs need to be diligent, disciplined, consistent, persistent, and they need to believe in the chance that the drug will cure them. These are the traits that are sorely lacking at the moment in the world at large, where we tend to chase after ease and comfort. Yeah, as she mentioned, I'm not qualified as a speaker, but I want to introduce you to discomfort, and I strongly urge you to do some introspection, and then to see if there is some advice and some medicine that you can apply to your lives. So, yeah, my name is Alec Averinos, and I've been asked to share my personal journey. So if we can just start with that video as an introduction, I just want to give you a bit of a background onto what obstacle course racing is about, because I'm sure many of you don't know. There's another one that will play now. It should start automatically.
Welcome. We're here at Dargle Farm, where over 600 competitors from 22 countries are ready to take on the 24-hour World Championships. The course here at Dargle Farm is over 11.6 kilometres and 30 obstacles. Competitors will battle their way through a variety of elements, including water, swamps, mud, and also confined spaces and heights.
This event is, I think, far and away the most difficult endurance race in Australia.
There are about more than 90 nationalities. They're very excited. Can't wait to challenge them and beat them at course.
Trying to take a moment to absorb what it is. Like, this is amazing to have this as the first one in Australia. To be able to run it is amazing.
As you can see, it's not your average sport. Anybody want to hazard a guess at how far I've managed to run in that 24-hour period? 130 Ks. So, and 330 obstacles. So, yeah, obstacle course racing sort of grew on me as a challenge, because it was the first sport that I did that I competed in and failed at. And to me, that was a real opportunity to actually grow and push myself to actually be able to achieve something which didn't come naturally. So I'll just show you a couple of slides now just to give you some more context. Yeah, so these are a couple of photos at 20 years old, at 35 years old, and at 50. So by the time I was 35 years old, I was in really bad shape. Very happily married and very focused on work and my business. And I got to the point where I weighed 103 kilos. And yeah, I read a small article in a magazine that got me to reconsider where I'm at. And I saw an article about a race called the Freedom Challenge. And I set myself a goal to do it. And as of the moment, I still haven't done it yet. So it's still on the cards, but takes a month to complete, and you're racing non-stop from Pietermaritzburg to Cape Town on a mountain bike, self-navigated. So you need a lot of factors to come into play for you to be able to actually find the time and dedicate the time to training to get there. The next photo is just to show you, just to illustrate what is possible. Competing at an early age, and again doing very similar sort of weights now. So it's about a 15 years to get out of shape and another 15 years to get back in shape. So yeah, and then you can go through the next one. That's just 2 of my 4 kids. I've got 2 sons and 2 daughters. Again, that was when I was out of shape on the left, on your left, and then more recent photo now. I'm pretty sure I can still do that at the moment. Yeah, then on the racing side, I mentioned obstacle course racing. That's been my passion for quite a few years. I ran a team of athletes called Never Rest, and we were very fortunate to be sponsored by Key Health Medical Aid Scheme and Toyota South Africa. And without their involvement and their sponsorship, it wouldn't have been possible to participate and to compete. So I put the check that I won for all that effort in the top there. It was $1,000 worth of vouchers for some sports clothing. So you definitely don't get into the sport to try and make a living out of it. Then, yeah, on the adventure racing side, I really enjoy adventure racing. And there we race for even longer. So some of the races we do, they've just finished now Expedition Africa. It was held this year in Lesotho. And you're racing for non-stop for about 5 days, over 500 kilometers. And the longest that I've raced continuously for is 140 hours. So you decide when you stop, when you eat, and how you're going to plan, but the clock doesn't stop until you cross the finish line. That should give you a really good background into sort of where I'm at. Over the same period that I've sort of covered now, I've had to face quite a few struggles with regards to weight and business. Had some business failures during the process, and right through all of that, the ability to be healthy and strong has been a tremendous bonus to being able to handle the difficult circumstances that come across our paths in life. You can go on to the next slide. This is sort of the beginning. I just want to sort of, now that I start with the presentation, just give another disclaimer that I've applied a lot of learning and knowledge to my life, but I have basically plagiarized it off others. So I see some people taking photos, and that the presentation is going to be available. So all the information on the slides is available to you. I think this is a really good place to start. I think for being in the medical profession, the Hippocratic Oath, you're all very familiar with. But I find it interesting that 600 BC, they already identified that your food and exercise, your physiology, is the absolute key that keeps you in a healthy state. Yeah, we can do the next slide. This is a slide which is really good news for you from a business point of view. It basically means you've got an endless supply of customers. 85% of the adult population don't do the minimum requirement as far as exercise and nutrition is concerned. So they all are lining up for their pills and their surgeries. As long as you're not in that line, it's a good place to be. And then, yeah, so this one too, I think is quite appropriate. I'm here today to encourage you to work on and look at and take a serious look at your health span and looking after your physiology in order for you to be healthy and strong and to be of service to others. You first need to look after your own personal health, and it is within our control to do something about it. There's just a couple more factors there to bear in mind. I think the point that I'm wanting to illustrate with that mathematical equation up there is just to say that you are all unique, and the solution that works for me doesn't necessarily work for you. So this is about experimenting, and this is about finding the right solution for yourself. And there are obviously general guidelines that apply to everybody, but this is a growing learning experience. I think a good place to start is to let us just be a little bit more light-hearted and look at the definition of stupidity. So if we look at the top right-hand corner, that's where we want to be. We want to have a win-win situation, and the definition of somebody who is classed as stupid is somebody who acts contrary to their own best interests and the best interests of others. So we'll do the next slide. The definition of stupidity, I won't go through them all, but it's the inability to learn and profit from your experiences and experiential learnings that you've had through your life. And if you know that something is detrimental to your health and it's bad for you, and you choose to do it in any case, then don't whine when your health is adversely affected. This is the main slide that I wanted to show you with is regards to your health span. And that's the ability to, well, let me go back a step. We all are going to, in all probability, live a lot longer than we think we are. So it doesn't really matter how long you think you're going to live, you're probably going to live longer. The average is about 40,000 days. And of those, most people spend the last 5,000 days in ill health. So by improving your health span, what you're trying to do is compress the morbidity period. So you can extend your lifespan or your by 10,000 days if you put effort into it. But you can also decrease the ill health period to 1,000 days. So you're talking about a difference of about 4,000 days in your life that you can make a positive impact on by putting more effort into understanding and looking after your nutrition and exercise. A couple of good tests that you can do at home, the standing balance test is basically standing on one leg with the other one bent, and then seeing whether you can balance. And if you want to make it a little bit harder, try closing your eyes. If you can balance with your eyes closed, you're in pretty good space. The walking speed is also a very good indication of in aging people as to how their muscle mass and their tone is. So the faster you can walk and the more comfortably you can walk fast, the better. The sit to stand is a test that you can do when you're seated, preferably in some sort of like an armchair. It's you keep your hands off the chair, and then you try and stand up without touching the chair. If you can do that, you're in a pretty good space. And then the final one you can't do without equipment, but you get a grip test meter, and your grip strength is a very good indication of your overall muscle mass. So being mainly in the medical profession, what we're trying to combat is sarcopenia. And sarcopenia is the age-related degeneration of your muscle mass. So from about the age of 35 onwards, you're losing about 1% of your muscle mass a year. And by the time you've lost 10% of your muscle mass, you've actually compromised your immune system. So people don't realize that your immune system is directly correlated to your muscle mass. Yeah, and if we have a look here, what we're saying is you need to, you'll see where I'm going with this, but you need to be grateful for where you're at, and then you need to focus on what you can control. So I've had quite a few interesting discussions with people that have a different opinion to myself, where they're saying that people can't look after their health and their nutrition if they are anxious and depressed and in a poor mental state. I argue the opposite, that you can control your physiology, and by working on your exercise and nutrition, you upregulate all the right chemicals in your brain, which help you to overcome depression and anxiety and other mental disorders. So those are very practical, simple things that we can apply to our lives to immediately get a positive benefit. So with exercise, I'm not going to go into it in detail, but you are trying to progressively overload and then your body responds to that and it adapts to that, and then you repeat the process. So on the nutrition side, there's 3 ways to essentially look after your health. It's what you eat, when you eat, and how much you eat. So those are the 3 levers that you can control, and you should be controlling at least 1, probably 2, and sometimes 3 of them. So we'll cover that in a little more detail in a moment. This my opinion of the pills situation and all these magic cures that are out there, which are instantly going to help you to lose weight and get into shape. I think 99% of them are an absolute waste of time and money. You need to do it the hard way. And on that, the most accurate indicator is your height to waist ratio. So if you take the diameter of your waist, it should be less than your height in centimeters. So as long as that's in place, you're in a pretty good space. And if you aren't, then think of it as being ahead of schedule on eating. So you just need to dial back a little. Yeah. Then when we talk about exercise, it's important that we get our priorities right there. So most people that exercise actually go into it as youngsters, where they're trying to improve their physique and performance. So they get into specific sports and they're trying to improve their performance in a specific sport. What we are advocating is that you first need to train for your health, then mobility and flexibility, and only after that do you add strength, and then performance and physique is actually a byproduct. So you need to appreciate that you are all bodybuilders and you have actually built the body that you're in. And that is done through either your exercise or lack thereof, and your nutrition and the lack thereof. So where you're at today is a measure of your habits that you have been following in the past. So I think if I don't know if you can you see the whole screen? So basically the simple advice there on the nutrition side is really straightforward. We advocating that you eat more whole foods, less refined carbohydrates, less sugar, and that you add protein. So what they found in general is that as people age, they eat less protein, and you need protein as a building block for muscle. So we need to improve our muscle tone and muscle mass, and you can't do that if the building blocks for that are missing. Thanks. And this is just to indicate how things starting to fit together. So your beliefs and your thoughts have a direct bearing on your feelings and emotions, which then have a direct bearing on your behaviors and actions and your results that you experience. And then the results reinforce a feedback loop and impact your behaviors and your beliefs and your thoughts, and that keeps going around. So what we're saying is that you really do need to be persistent, and it takes a lot longer to make and break habits than people think. So you're talking about 21 days to make or break a habit, another 21 days after that to establish it, and a further 21 days to cement it. So it's quite a long cycle that it takes. So you really do need to be persistent. This is trying to show you, or to lay out that where you're at now. So your present reality is based on your past choices and habits, and then your present choices impact your future reality, and you need your present reality, which is your choices and habits now, today, to be future focused and to have a faith and hope in a better future. So it's your passion and your purpose which will actually help you to make and break habits, and to get yourself to a place where you can actually reap the benefits. So and then the last point there is just to say a plan without taking action is just a dream. So you need to actually move from theoretical to applied knowledge, and that is where you actually gain and grow in wisdom. So how do we do that? So this graph is pretty self-explanatory, but you're wanting to introduce a habit and then improve it. You want to make it as easy for yourself as possible to actually do it. So you need the least amount of motivation and to actually get over that action line as possible. So whether it's breaking or making a habit, it applies both ways. So you really do need to try and focus on being consistent and taking small incremental steps to improve. And when you go through the process, we're looking for a state called flow. Guy's got a more complicated surname than I have. I really don't know how to pronounce that surname, but he's the guru on flow. And essentially what this slide is showing you is that boredom is your biggest risk, not failure. So you need to avoid boredom, and in order to avoid boredom, you need to be trying to push yourself 3% beyond your comfort zone. So you're just wanting to be doing something a little bit more difficult, go a little bit faster, a little bit harder, a little bit heavier than what you're comfortable with. So and this actually applies to any area of your life. So whether it's work or whatever, this state of known as flow is achievable, and they are now trying to isolate the conditions that you need to be able to do it on demand. So a lot of athletes will get to the point where things feel completely effortless and they're actually performing phenomenally, and they almost lose track of time and space. They are really so absorbed in what they're doing, and that is something that is repeatable. I know we've been focusing primarily on your nutrition and exercise, but your sleep and breathing are also important. I personally struggle with sleep, and yeah, I still haven't managed to find the solution. But yeah, I wake up sort of between 3 and 4 in the morning, regardless of what time I go to bed at night. So yeah, I'm up very early, and yeah, I could definitely do with getting more sleep. So there's some advice there, and then I've got links at the end to some real specialists in the field. This is a really interesting slide, and essentially what we're saying is if we look at physical, you're starting out potentially in a sedentary state and you're trying to become active. Then you are inconsistent, and then you aim to become consistent, and then you focused, and then you trying to become well-rounded. On nutrition, we're talking about uncontrolled eating to controlled. Then the next step up is sorting out the poor quality and making it nutritious. And then ultimately, you want to be conscious about what you're eating and develop that to the point where you're on the spiritual side, you're conscious. The same, wanting to move from doubt to assurance, from low self-esteem to self-love, and then to be self-assured and to have a purposed existence where you can love and serve others. So we're trying to go from struggling to surviving to thriving, and then ultimately to sort of being in the pro state. Yeah, this is where I'm at the moment. I'm saying that I know the title was balance, and I'm telling you that there is no balance. So you need to prioritize. So and it changes on as your life changes. But from my side, my priorities are first my relationship with my creator, then looking after myself. And there you can think about the airline advice when you travel is you put your mask on first before you try and put the mask on somebody else. So if you're not in a position of to be healthy and strong and able, then you're not in a good position to look after anybody else either. So and then my wife and my family, and only after that does work come into it. I'm a speak on the radio, on Impact Radio, every Tuesday morning, and I'm a gym instructor at my son's gym in the evening, where I take the old Toppies class, and we run around doing all sort of functional fitness. Yeah, we're based just up the road in Cornwall Hill, and we've invented our own sort of volleyball game there. You'll see it's not your average net, and the ball weighs between 3 and 10 kilos depending on who's playing. So we've turned volleyball into a real physical exercise. And then, yeah, the illustration on the left is just trying to get the point home that when you do set goals, do them incrementally. You know, you don't set out to lose 20 kilos off the bat. You do it 1 kilo at a time. You don't set out putting out a goal to go and run a marathon if you've never run 5Ks. So you need to be kind to yourself, and you need to make incremental improvements in order to be able to get to where you want to be. And just to illustrate a little bit more the point around your physiology and being a bodybuilder, if you look at the variety of physiques and abilities that people have, from being ballerinas to being powerlifters and strongmen, they all have specialized training programs, they all have specialized eating programs, and they've all got themselves to the point where they can perform. So if you have a clear purpose and you're passionately trying to achieve that purpose, then you need to design your nutrition based on the purpose that you are trying to achieve, and your exercise appropriately. So that's again why I'm saying it is a very personalized, and you really do need to experiment and try and there's such a wealth of material available out there, and you also have got no end of support with regards to the availability of gyms and nutritional specialists, etc. So I really want to encourage you to look after your health, to improve your health span, and to live a long and healthy life so that you can be useful and of service to others. Thanks very much. I'm open to any questions. Yeah, in the back there.
Sorry, not a question. I have a comment. There's a show, The World's Toughest Race, that's presented by Bear Grylls. So I never knew how crazy these things are that you guys do. It is crazy.
Yeah, it's good fun. I really enjoy it. Just as my daughter started, she did her first adventure race at 7. She's now 24, so she's been at it for 17 years, thoroughly enjoying it. So what I didn't say, when I went to the 24-hour endurance world champs, my son had already won the 15K world champs for under 24-year-olds. So it made it a bit easier for me to actually go there with the belief that I could actually win. And so the progression on my side was I first got fit and strong. I then worked on my nutrition and lost a whole lot of weight through fasting, in particular, intermittent fasting, which I highly recommend. And I have links there to Dr. Jason Fung. He's the world-renowned nephrologist and a specialist in fasting. So for me, it's a lot easier to fast than to try and control portion size. And it's just I don't have what it takes to weigh my food. And so where I was going for you is that my progression went from fitness to nutrition, and then ultimately to the point where I had enough self-belief to actually be able to go and compete at an international level, and go there intending to win, and then being able to back it up again the next year and win again. It was 2 very, very different races. The one I beat the guy in second by over 40 kilometers, and the other one I went, I bonked. I don't know if you know what the term bonking means, but I hit the wall at about 40 Ks. I went from first to third, from first to, second. And then I had to, over the course, claw my way back, and then overtake and win by, I ended up winning by about an hour and a half. But very, very different experiences. And it's good fun.
Alec, we're all working people. So what do you do for a living to make the money, as you don't get it from your running, etc.?
I'm a CEO of an IT company. We develop blockchain solutions, DeFi blockchain solutions. Most of my clients are international, and so from my side, I have to get and find the work, but then I've got youngsters with lots of brains to actually do the work. So, but yeah, there's plenty of time within a work, so I still work a normal, well, at the moment, I work really silly hours because a lot of our clients are in America. So, yeah, I just have to break my day up and work around it. But you need to prioritize, and you really do need to prioritize your health and your well-being first before work, and you've got to fit it in. So if you can't fit it in easily after hours, then you need to make a plan and rearrange your schedule so that you can do it beforehand. Only 2 questions. Yes.
What other kind of exercises do you offer there at the gym? Is it like a boot camp kind of setup?
Yes, very much. So it's an outdoor gym. We do have all the normal cardio machines and the normal weights, but we are more focused on kettlebells and outdoors and pulling tires and flipping tires and that sort of thing. And then my son has got a degree in sports science, and his wife is a physiotherapist, and she also offers Pilates classes and things like that as well. So there's a variety there. There is a link there to Jokes Aside Fitness. And yeah, as I mentioned, it's just up the road here in Cornwall Hill. So yeah, absolutely welcome if you want to. But really, the reason I like the boot camp type environment is you build a community, you become mutually accountable, and it becomes much more fun to participate. But the same goes for CrossFit, the same goes for many other. So on the exercise, don't underestimate the benefit of walking, and start off walking. You can then walk further, walk faster. You can add weight. So you carry a pack, it's called rucking. I think that one photo you saw, I had a weight vest on when I was taking my granddaughter for a walk. So you got to build it into your life. And the whole concept of being able to find an hour or 2 of dedicated time to go and train is losing ground, if I can put it that way. It's way more beneficial to do more exercise, more physical activity in smaller bouts more frequently. So yeah, there's another concept called habit stacking. So when you're doing something that you do repetitively or that you need to do, then every time you do that, you do 5 push-ups against the counter, or so you're adding it into your day, and then over the course of the day you end up doing a decent amount of exercise and work, and it's that overall effort that counts and makes a difference. So it depends on what your goal is and what you're trying to achieve. But the first step is to be healthy, and to do that, you need to do cardio and strength training, and you only need to do about 4 half-an-hour sessions a week. So you don't need to go over the top. So yeah, at the moment, yeah, I like to try and get in between 2 and 3 hours a day. And for health purposes, you only really need to get in about 3 hours a week of physical activity. So it's really not unattainable. I think the point is that we've become way too sedentary and we spend way too much time sitting, driving, escalators, lifts, etc. So you need to park a bit further away when you go to the mall and just get more walking in and put more effort into it. And yeah, get used to discomfort. So whether that's through fasting or exercise, but push yourself to the place where it becomes uncomfortable, and then your body will adapt and respond to that. So there's a mic there for you.
Can you please explain fasting to us, how the principles that it works?
Okay, I think together with fasting, I need to just touch on insulin. And your insulin production is really key in the whole equation. So every time you eat something that needs to be digested, you produce insulin. And every time you produce insulin, its primary purpose is to store that and convert that food into stored energy. So you first store your energy in your liver, then in your muscles, and those two sources are readily accessible. And then you store it in fat. So if your liver is full and has enough energy in it already, and you eat again, then your body has to and will store it as fat. So the fasting is a great way to get your insulin production under control and to prolong the period that you are not needing to digest food. So you actually end up using your stored energy that's in your liver. So you've got about 2 hours worth of hard exercise worth of energy in your liver at any point in time. So there's a complete misconception that you can start exercising to lose weight. You lose weight by controlling your nutrition and your diet. Exercise is there to increase your fitness and your muscle mass. So people often go to gym and start training, they put on muscle, their weight goes up because muscle weighs 4 times what fat weighs. Fat is actually an extremely efficient way for your body to store energy. So in order to be able to access that stored energy that's in fat is actually very difficult, because you have to first deplete the stores in your liver and in your muscles, and then you need to have a relatively elevated heart rate, but not too long. So if you want to lose weight through exercise, you've got to be training for either in a fasted state, or you've got to be training for hours and hours on end at a heart rate that is not pushing you into the red, but it is elevated, and that is really uncomfortable. So I don't recommend you go there. I think you're much better off trying to do it through your nutrition. So that's a long way to get back to fasting, but fasting helps you to use the energy that you've got stored in your liver and muscle, and then the next time you eat, you're going to replenish those stores. So instead of your insulin trying to store the energy in a liver which is full, where it can't, and converting it to fat, it'll convert it to energy, it'll go into your liver and you can use it. So that's how we were designed to do it. And on the fasting, you get a whole variety, but what's become quite popular is to do what they call an intermittent fast 16-8. So you eat for 8 hours of the day, and for 16 hours of the day, you're fasting. And that's not as difficult as you think. So depending on when you go to bed at night and how long you sleep for, you're either stitching on hours before or after you've slept. So you either have breakfast later in the morning or you have your dinner earlier in the evening. And that way around, your body actually gets a rest, and it can actually utilize the energy and that you've got stored. And then you can go, you can progress to 1 meal a day. There's also alternate day fasting, and then prolonged fasts. But there's a wealth of information. Dr. Jason Fung is really world renowned, and if you watch his stuff on YouTube, you'll be able to figure something out that works for yourself. Highly recommend fasting. Just on that, I've done 7 hours of hard training over a 48-hour fasted period. So it's a complete misconception that you can't train hard fasted or over a long period of time. I actually want to push that and try. There's a challenge out there. It's called a 4x48. So for 48 hours, every 4 hours you run 4 miles. So that's the challenge, but I want to try and do that fasted for the whole period. So yeah, just to see if it can be done. Or I can without. I think that's the questions. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you for listening. And I really wish you all the best in improving your health and your health span, and living to a ripe old age and enjoying it in good health. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alec. Yeah, we've come to the end of our program, and I truly believe that every one of us, and also the people online, they have taken something out of the presentation from Alec, and we're going to take some lessons with us on how we're going to improve our health span. I wanted to try something. Let me just try before we go. Let's see. Let me close my eyes. Okay, so that's I'm gonna try that more often to see if I'm improving, So yes, a lot to learn, a lot to digest, to improve our lifespan. Yeah. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone. I know you are all very busy, and the people online as well for staying online. Thank you very much for continuing to support SACRA. And yeah, let's grow together and grow the organization together. Thank you very much. See you on the 20th of May. Yeah.